And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clearwater County Council meeting for June 11th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9:01. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt. Councillor Cermak, thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. The 3.1, the adoption of the regular council meeting minutes of May 28th. Any errors or omissions, comments? Not. Looking for a motion to adopt. Thank you, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Now moving on to new business, 4.1, Ag and Community Services. We are going to 4.1A, Clearwater County, Town of Rocky Mountain House Recreation Agreement. Pass the floor over to Director Martinson.
Good morning and thank you, Reeve Council. We are here with a draft agreement between the town and county for recreation. Administration's been working with the town for quite some time this summer and spring to provide information to the Intermunicipal Collaboration Committee, who's been discussing a potential draft recreation agreement, and we're at a stage right now where the ICC has recommended that each council consider this draft agreement, and we have that agreement in place. I'm not sure if there's a desire to go through it line by line or if council's reviewed it, but we have included the potential draft that the ICC is recommended, as well as the historic agreement that has been expired since January, and hence precipitated this new agreement and discussion. So does the chair wish for me to go through it, or what's the will of council on that?
Has council had an opportunity to look? Maybe if you want to highlight maybe some key differences of what's been in the past and where maybe the path going forward.
Yeah, I think overall the funding model is the significant one, probably the most significant change when it comes to how the potential new agreement would be administered by both parties, and of course the town as the managing partner receives the funds historically from the county, based on information provided to the county, and in the past we had a model where they essentially followed a pre-negotiated agreement about which amenities the county funded. So for example, the county funds a certain portion of the pool, but we do not fund, something like their campground. So those are amenities that have been negotiated historically that we do fund. The amenities really haven't changed, but the how we fund it on a percentage basis for each amenity has sort of shifted towards what we are calling a lump sum, where it really doesn't matter how they apply the percentage to the amenities, and that's sort of their discretion for the operating. Also on the capital, their past agreement was very clear in it was case by case, and so they would come and ask for the capital, and so that has been sort of the significant changes around the funding model. I'd probably pause and just give the CAO an opportunity to sort of add kind of his perspective on where the significant changes are, just from the perspective of being the team lead from the county's perspective on drafting the agreement, if that's okay.
Okay. CO Ammons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, council. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, I think Director Martinson hit the highlights. The most significant is going from a percentage-based to a lump sum. From an administrative perspective, the lump sum is going to make it a lot easier and more predictable for administration to go forward, especially at budget times and, you know, for our manager of finance to proceed in a timely manner. It gives her some numbers she can hold confidence in. So that's going to create some efficiencies for us and more predictability. As Director Martinson pointed out, the capital is still case by case. So any service added is still a discussion going forward. But this does give a lump sum quantity that the town can apply as they see fit, which allows them to create some efficiencies rather than the designated percentages in the past agreement. Those, I would say, are the most significant changes. And again, as Director Martinson said, if there are any questions, we'd be more than happy to entertain them.
I have a question. In the past, we have had past agreements with our partners in this particular, I shouldn't say style of agreement, but we've done lump sum payments with our partners in the past, have we not? Like, I'm thinking with other areas, not just recreation. We used to have a stronger together agreement or something, and maybe, yeah, Ms. Serhan or would like to answer that one.
Sure, yes. The only time we've ever had a lump sum is the Stronger Together agreement with the two municipalities within our boundaries. Every other agreement has been based on different criteria. And one thing I wanted to add just to the capital asks or items that are included in this agreement, it would be prudent to ensure that there are separate agreements for each of those capital asks, just to outline the operating and the going forward costs associated with each of those. I mean, maybe something smaller or replacement, but something new that we don't know, such as the splash park or something that hasn't been an ask previously. There should be some sort of discussion before the capital expenditure is approved just to make sure everybody's on the same page with what going forward the cost to support that project is.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Would that not be addressed in the two different schedules? Like we can change them in the schedules of this agreement?
Director Martinson or Ms. Serhan? Director Martinson?
Yeah, that's a feature we appreciate of the new agreement, is that the schedules do outline the amenities that are regularly considered a part of the lump sum operation. And as Manager Serhan mentioned, going forward, we want to include not only amenity into the schedule, but also the sort of reinforce the arrangements around what exactly that amenity includes and how that operational funding would be included moving forward, whether it was a change to the current lump sum or whether it was included in the current lump sum, or however that new item was to be added. So we can holistically have that discussion up front rather than in the past. In my opinion, some of our councils has been disappointed with how projects may have been reflected at the capital stage as far as operational costs or even a scope and operational impacts on the budget later when that project actually came online. And not every project, I want to make that clear, but at times I believe I've heard that information come out of council, and so I feel like that was a part of what we wanted to clarify in this agreement, was that set us up for the future to have a mechanism to bring, because we know this community is going to continue to grow in all senses, including recreation, and we hope that continues to happen, because that's a sign of a vibrant community, and we've done that as we look at this list of amenities. And so hopefully that answers the question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, my apologies. Maybe an agreement doesn't have to happen with every new facility or but giving the opportunity for the discussion on which going forward, how the operating costs are being allocated to each municipality. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Cermak?
Yes, I have a question about the equipment. What is the definition of the equipment? And in this, if you sell equipment, we get no return on it. Are we not purchasers 50% of the equipment? Or is the equipment solely owned and purchased solely by the town?
Director Martinson?
I think CAO Emmons has the best answer to this, please.
Okay. CO Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, Director Martson. Yeah, Councillor Cermak. So this agreement is built on consistency as well. So I really appreciate you raising the point. Reciprocally, our fire agreement is written the exact same way. So the town partners on certain pieces of equipment, apparatus, and they see no return. This, as it's their facility, their insurance, reciprocates that agreement.
Oh.
So it is based on consistency, very similar like the other large change is
His mic.
this agreement also creates the consistency as the other agreements, bringing, eliminating the old committee or boards and funneling it through the ICC as well. Fire used to have a fire committee. The rec had the rec board. This agreement now brings it to the ICC and then subsequently to council.
So it's pretty equal.
Yes,
We don't get beat up, or they don't get beat up.
correct.
It works out pretty equal with all the agreements that we have with the town. As long as it's fair, I'm okay with that, but if it's not, if one's getting hurt, then we need to do some adjustment. But you feel fine, and the town feels fine with the way this agreement's wrote on equipment?
We do, Councillor Cermak, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
And if I just may add to the initial part of the question from Councillor Cermak, like an example of that equipment would be, say, the Zamboni that maintains the ice surface. You know, from my perspective, as far as the town operates in the past, there's not a lot left in those, you know, pieces of machinery. They're end of life. You know, if there was anything left in them, they'd clean the ice one more time. And so they have distributed them into the community, actually, which has benefited some of our recreation operations on the outdoor rinks. So I would echo the CAO's perspective that, and it's no different than, you know, how the county operates. We have equipment, we use them typically till end of life, and then they move along. So yeah, I just wanted to share one example of a big ticket capital piece of equipment, you know, that would be part of this situation. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I'd like to get a little more clarity on the issue that Councillor Cermak brought forward. If we dispose of any equipment around fire, what happens to those funds? It goes back into general revenues, or is it used to invest further in fire equipment?
It's very rare that we would sell a piece of fire equipment and get a substantial amount of funds for it. I can't even think of like an example. Maybe if we put up a specialized piece of equipment for tender purchase, then there might be some funds available for that. It would go back into the county restricted surplus for that purchase of future equipment.
Future fire equipment?
Yes, for the county's portion.
Okay, I didn't see that in here about recreation equipment.
That's the Clearwater County policy, and
Yes.
how the town deals with that would be up to the town, because the town owns that asset. Just like in fire, Clearwater County owns that asset, even though the town is contributing dollars to it. the county owns, that equipment at the end of the day. They're just giving a grant essentially to the county to purchase that fire equipment. Whereas the county is giving a grant to the town to purchase equipment for the service of those, for rec programming and services. And then at the end of the life, that those assets belong to the town, and it would be under their policy how they would deal with it, just like it would be under our policy how we deal with the fire assets.
So, to have complete fairness, any residual funds from the sale of near end-of-life recreation equipment should go back to offset.
Well, the town can use them to
Purchases.
offset their portion of recreation equipment if that's their policy, but they could go back into their general revenues. It doesn't change the amount that the county would contribute, because it's the town's asset that's being, disposed. Yeah, just like it's the county's asset that's being disposed for fire. Doesn't change the amount that the town needs to contribute to the fire equipment being purchased.
Yeah, okay.
Counselor Graham?
Mine's not related to what, or it's related to rec, but not the topic we're on, but just another significant change to bring to council's attention is the removal of a rec board. I personally would like to see that on there, and I would love to know what you all think on it. The town does meet with a number of user groups, and I was just looking for the email here. It looks like they meet with 21 user groups, but I personally would still like to see a rec board, so I would love to know everyone else's thoughts on that.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. I think some form of rec board is important. Mine was actually on equipment still. I'm confused now because the way that when we purchased the last piece of fire equipment, being, over $1 million aerial, the sale of the old aerial was included in the negotiations and what was projected as the cost of that truck. And that was presented to the town as an offsetting cost of the cost of that piece of apparatus. So if it's a $1 million fire truck and we were getting $25,000 back for that truck, that would bring down the cost of that $1 million apparatus and therefore would bring down the town's contribution to that truck. So now I'm just confused because that was my understanding of how that always worked, because that's how we've negotiated in the past.
CEO Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and Deputy Reeve Melhoff. That's the key phrase, is the past. So the fire agreement historically was far different than the previous rec agreement. The previous rec agreement, actually, when we paid for 50% of a Zamboni, was all the towns previously, period. Whereas the fire agreement was different. Because the fire agreement was different in the past, we had to draw a line in the sand and say, as of this date, any equipment purchased prior, the town still had rights to a residual because that was the past agreement. But as of this date, going forward, when they contribute, they no longer have that residual. So making it equitable, both agreements going forward, because both agreements in the past were far different.
Supplementary.
Sorry, thank you. So just because that truck was, I believe it's 27 or 28 years old, it's that the old truck is subject to the old agreement and therefore was split ownership, whereas the new truck purchase is not, which is why it's used, the old truck sale is used to offset. But in 25 years, if the truck we hopefully is coming soon, the truck that we just purchased, that will not be the case going forward.
Absolutely correct.
Thank you for the clarification, because I was very confused over here, because we definitely use those numbers in negotiations. So thank you.
Absolutely, Deputy Reeve. And like I said, because the agreements in the past were far different, they did not mirror each other. And we've been working hard at getting some consistency in all the agreements. There had to be a reckoning.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. When I first started going through this agenda article and reading the documents, I thought, gee, this is great. What an enlightened agreement this is on recreation that starts describing a recreation board and how the community has all of this input. And then to my disappointment, I discovered it was the old agreement. So my biggest concern with this new agreement is that we are telling all of the good people who volunteer, who organize sports in this area that they don't matter by removing the rec board to some sort of consultatory once a year issue, I think is a huge step backwards. And I just won't be able to support this, largely because of that, of removing the stakeholders basically from this process and from contributing further to the growth of amenities and activities in our community.
Thank you for that perspective. I will have to say that at this point in time, I believe that the old document is from 2009 when it was signed. Our community has changed a lot. We have a lot of robust recreation users in our community, and we as a council have, in the past, I'll just say, created some recreation boards to help supplement that, and that we were hoping that the old agreement would have been really and truthfully, the expectation back in the day was to be able to spread that out across the rest of the users back in the day. And now we recognize that we have others we recognize the gaps, and now we realize that we have to supplement that. And I shouldn't say supplement. We want to encourage those recreation groups to continue to be robust and very much part of our community in that. So with that, there's new things that are always happening. We are in 2024 now, and sometimes going backwards isn't necessarily the right thing to do. We can try this out for a year or two and make sure that this is going well. We can always come back to our partner and say, you know what, we need to have that opportunity to maybe speak more bluntly. We did change the airport agreement to be as such, to have, community, have the stakeholders meet twice a year, and maybe that's what we do as councils. Maybe that's something that we can suggest at the next ICC meeting, that you know what, maybe once a year if the recreation groups would like to meet with the councils and do something like that. But for now, the new rec agreement as presented, I would like to see following through. And I understand your point, your perspective too, Councillor Graham, in regards to having that committee and that involvement, but sometimes that committee is limiting as well. Only certain interest comes to that, where if you open it up to all stakeholder groups, you never know who's going to come to those meetings, and in that way. So for me, I will be supporting this new rec agreement as going forward. Go ahead, Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you very much, and just for full disclosure, I've spent nearly 40 years on community recreation boards within the county, and I certainly, I could be accused of not being able to see the forest for the trees, but I definitely have seen the benefit to bringing those community gets together and allowing that community involvement and feedback in there. So I hope we can work towards more of that in the future, even within this new agreement. I think it's very important to have community feedback as well, or some options for that. So I appreciate the discussion around the recreation board aspect of this. I do have concerns that we are, in this particular agreement, we are setting that benefit aside. But hopefully, as Councillor Swanson says, we can work towards something that brings that back in a different form and is consistent with how we approach other regional agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that the good in this agreement outweighs the bad. No agreement is perfect, ever. And I think that there's a lot of value to the changes that have been made. Is there an opportunity that if we made a motion for this and that if we could pass this agreement, is there an opportunity to make a subsequent motion to direct the county representatives to go to the ICC and come up with some form of a rec board? Ours have worked, like the ones that the county has worked extremely well. And they're even given budgets in which to operate within to see projects go from conceptual to design to fruition at the hands of our rec board. Is there an opportunity for us to start exploring that while subsequently working within this new agreement? That way we're not throwing baby out with the bathwater just because of that, and hopefully we can come up with a new innovative way to deliver rec as a regional system within the town.
Go ahead, Sienna Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thank you for the question, Deputy Reeve Malhoff. I'd respectfully suggest not, just because I think that's a substantive change from the agreement, and if that's where council as a whole lands, I would respectfully suggest amending the agreement. ICC, as you well remember, Deputy Reeve Malhoff had a fairly robust conversation on this very subject, because I believe all ICC members felt fairly passionate about the rec board. But I believe the conversation basically landed on the rec board itself felt perhaps unused. And there's nothing worse than asking people to give their valuable time and not feel beneficial in it. And the town also presented numerous ways and committees that they reach out and can glean the information anyway. And in the agreement with the ICC allows for invitation to those groups to bring them into the ICC as an alternative. If those methods don't suffice council, I would respectfully, hesitantly suggest amending the agreement if that's contentious. Otherwise, I would suggest approving as is and dealing with it through the ICC and inviting them as subject matter comes up and they're on a needs basis.
Do you want to follow up on that particular one?
Yes, please.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
I agree that the way the rec board was currently operating may not be as it was originally intended. So that's why my hope was that we could look at maybe a different solution, because I've heard that the way that our rec boards and the term of reference that we use in the county has worked extremely well for them. But like I said, I don't want to get rid of this agreement and all the good work that this agreement has created in order to achieve that also. Is there a way that we can confirm that when they're meeting with these stakeholders, like they mentioned that they're doing the stakeholders meetings a couple of times a year, is there an opportunity for us to be invited so that we can be a part of those meetings as well? Do you think that that would be possible?
CO Emmons?
I hesitate speaking on behalf of the town, but knowing the relationship between Clearwater County and the town of Rocky, I don't see why they would not, why they would deny an invitation. I would suggest as a partner, they would welcome the opportunity.
I'm curious too, I don't believe that their council meets with these stakeholder groups. I believe it's just administration to those council groups, or to those stakeholders, those rec groups, correct? Yeah.
That's what I believe.
Yeah.
But I've had limited,
Yeah.
when I say limited, I've had no involvement.
Thank you for that. Councilor Ratcliffe?
Yeah, pardon me. I have difficulty conceiving how the ideas, the energy, the innovation that comes from the rec board is going to be captured in these little meetings. And yes, as the Reeve pointed out, this is somewhat a clone of the airport agreement. Does anybody know when the next Rocky Air Show is?
2025?
It was entirely volunteer run. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see that. So I do have a concern, a question around the ratios. I find it difficult that kids from the county are going to ride their bicycles into town to use the bike park at the same frequency that town kids are going to go across town. Or the same with the skate park. So, you know, how have we verified or validated this 50-50 approach?
Director Martinson.
You know, I think the CAO mentioned as a pillar of this agreement, consistency amongst the other agreements was a goal or a principle in the discussions that administration started with and that ICC forwarded. And so to be, you know, out of consistency with the last agreement, that was the basis, and we did not have any firm numbers on 50-50 usage. They were developed in a time when there wasn't even the capacity to really count or decide. I would still argue we don't today. You know, I wouldn't really want to send my staff into the parking lot of an amenity and start asking people town and county. There isn't, you know, some of these amenities the ability to do that. So the ratios were just based on past sort of historical portions, and in some amenities may not be the 50-50, but those numbers may slide both ways. There is an awful lot of county kids that play hockey. You may be correct on the bike park, but there's an awful lot of parents who throw bikes in the back of that. Like that's a rite of passage for a rural parent. Bikes in the back of the truck, whether you're going camping to the community hall to grandpa's. Mom's going for Sobeys, the bikes get popped out at the bike park. So I wouldn't venture to guess what those ratios are because I've never been asked to look, and it would be so amenity specific. I think on the overall theme of collaboration and ability to get access, it doesn't really matter if it's 40%, 60%, or 50%. Our citizens, our ratepayers, our kids will get access to these amenities. And administratively speaking, it will cost us more to try to calibrate that every year. This year it was 33, next year it was 37, this amenity was 60, than it probably would just to administer the funding. And in the theme of a lump sum, this is the lump. And I hope that answers the question as to how we got here, but really no, we have no specific scientific data that we can show amenity by amenity what the split on usage is, and there is 3 different users that we consider: town users, county users, and neither users. And we have all 3. There is people that come to this community to recreate and to spur on our economic development from both municipalities that will use these amenities, and that's great too. They're not paying as far as a tax, you know, goes, but they're paying from economic development and being friends and family and of our ratepayers, and I'm proud to live in a community that doesn't ask whether you're town or county when I go to a baseball diamond personally. But hopefully that helps give you that information. I don't know if there's anything anybody else has to add.
Ms. Serhan?
I was just going to add to that last part that Director Martinson alluded to, is that the community purse pays for the community that we are a part of, and that doesn't limit the access to other communities coming in, or it doesn't limit the access, other communities don't limit the access to our residents and ratepayers that are using facilities in other communities. And you need to have that kind of unwritten agreement so that other teams can come visit and play against our teams, and we can go to other communities and be the opponents at their facilities. So, and our population is greater than the towns, and yet we only pay 50%. So there's many different perspectives, ways to cut the pie, and recreation has always been 50-50.
Counselor Graham?
I will say too, we very much dug into this list in the ICC meeting. I think the town was very fair about it, and I think we really came to a good conclusion personally. I know the trails in town, there was a time that my niece wanted to move to town because she loved riding her bike on the trails, and she's a county kid, so I think it goes both ways. I don't think we're ever gonna nail it down, but I do think this list is, from my perspective, very fair, and I don't know if that helps you at all, Councillor Radcliffe, but just my perspective from being in the meeting.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I was gonna give my perspective as well, because that was one of the things that I was worried about. I mean, we even have like a catchment area for some other agreements. I didn't want to see a two-tier system be built, that if you're a county resident, you have to have a different card than if you're a town resident. So that's where the list came in, like Councillor Graham is talking about. And the perspective that I took as being at the negotiating table was if it was an amenity that we didn't already have in the county to provide that our residents, for example, the baseball diamonds were on that list at one point. We have a beautiful recreation facility in Lesaville we just built with, I believe the term is Class A ball diamond. So that's the perspective I took. If it wasn't an amenity we already give to our residents, then contributing 50% would make it so that our residents didn't have to have a two-tiered card system and pay differently than the town residents. Whether it was the right perspective or not, that was the direction that I took with it, to give you some insight into how I negotiated.
Counselor Cermak?
Yeah, I just need some clarification how this committee works. My understanding is that it's the town administration that goes to these individual representatives of our community with this rec agreement. They have 2 meetings a year, and then they send out a news bulletin on what they heard from each of these meetings, on what direction we're going. So that would give anybody in this council availability to go to that meeting. Is that the clarification, or is that the way that I understand this agreement and how it works?
Director Martin.
Could I just ask a question? Are you, Councillor Cermak, referring to how the past rec board operated, or how the future steering or community consultation is being proposed?
Yes. The future. Yes.
I would ask CAO Emmons to clarify that.
CO Emmons?
Thank you very much. So to answer your question, Councillor Cermak, the intent and the design of this agreement, again, is to funnel it through the ICC. So because the town is managing partner over the recreation, it's their facilities, they are involved in all the various committees. They would bring that information forward and funnel it through the ICC at any given time. Clearwater County ICC members, again, you're all part of the community, can bring that subject matter to your ICC, county ICC members, and bring it forward as part of the agenda, and spur the topic, so to speak. So that's how it's intended to function. So it really doesn't have to be isolated, I guess, for lack of better words, to 1 or 2. It can be brought up at any time, subject-based.
Go ahead, Director Martinson.
Thank you, and just maybe also in addition to that being the short-term consultation function the town has suggested will move forward, the town also maintains a fairly, in my opinion, good recreation master plan. And this council has not participated directly, but last council did participate, and I'd imagine, you know, from reasonable time to time, the town will update that, and that's more of their overarching guiding document, and they did a fair amount of consultation, in my opinion, when that did get updated, so that is a part of their strategy as far as reaching out to the community and you know, I think as far as how they plan on funding small groups that ask for funds, that they do that through their council. And so I think that's another alternative way that they're managing the function of a recreation board through either the ICC committee or through their council. So it's not that they're not doing these things that are often done through a recreation board, though that's more of a rural system. A lot of urbans are moving towards these just consultations and no, you know, firm recreation board. So hope that helped sort of round out the consultation and the community outreach process we understand the town will be moving forward. Thanks.
So that way, no perspective of any group won't be lost in this shuffle.
That would be our understanding. Obviously, there has to be execution, you know, but we
Yep.
believe the design's there, I believe the design's there, the function's there, and I believe, you know, the CAO mentioned, you know, maybe our recommendation would be give it a whirl and see, and if we don't like what we're seeing, then we come back to the ICC and say, here's how we recommend to improve. But I think we haven't, you know, seen the new plan in function yet, so it's probably too premature to say whether it's gonna be effective or not, but we believe the design's there to keep in touch with the community and make sure, both our ratepayers and theirs, that's the rec community here we're discussing. As we said, we can't really tell by looking who you are, because we all look the same. We're one customer, so we believe the design's there and the function's there. We just obviously have to see it come to fruition.
Thank you.
Okay, we're looking at the time and how we've gone around and around. Anyways, so looking for some final comments, and then I'll ask for a motion. So go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. On that topic, the town rec people have been meeting with these various groups, one at a time as they can arrange it. So what's lost is the potential for these groups to work together, to share ideas, but also how will we know how well this agreement is working if we don't have those people to comment? Yeah, I will, because there will be a loss of feedback and transparency with this.
I guess I would suggest that they have, all our numbers are published. They can get a hold of either town or county council, and actually as is indicated by Deputy Reeve Melhoff, we sit on the ICC, so we can bring that forward at that particular venue as indicated in the agreement. Go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and just a very quick, I'll share a little bit of my perspective. A very wise person once told me that you don't make an agreement stronger by adding more things to it. Just a brief count, we're going from a 6-page document to a 16-page document. I have some concerns with that, but I didn't bring my roll of red tape today. I haven't used it yet, and I don't intend to use it, but I have the balance of that with the faith in our ICC being an effective tool to come to such agreements. I will continue forward with that faith in the ICC as being a tool to do that. And I would make the motion then based on staff recommendation number 1.
Thank you, Councillor Lougheed, and the council approved the updated Clearwater County Town of Rocky Mountain House Recreation Agreement as presented. Motion on the floor. Comments, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I think this is a great document. I like everything about it except for the lack of a rec board. I supported it at ICC so that it could come to this table and we could discuss it. I will not be supporting it here because of the lack of a rec board. I understand the perspectives on why it's not necessary. The benefits that I see with a rec board are the differing views in one room. I think that's really important. This might be a bad example because ICE users have both of these views in their meetings, but I know I've had some heated conversations with an individual who thinks that the arena should just be hockey and no figure skating. And as a figure skater and hockey player, I think they both need to be there, as well as all the other things that happen in the arena. And things that are brought to ICC have to be a vote, and there's 3 on each council, and a tie is a defeat. So if we bring something there, there's still potential for things to not be brought forward, whereas if it goes through the rec board, there's more potential for things to happen. Also with summer and winter game potentials, I know we could come up with an ad hoc committee, but you know, that discussion occurred at the rec board to potentially do the summer games, I believe it was this year that we did a bid for. So I just believe good things can come from the rec board. I think it's very beneficial. I have full faith that the town is doing a great job of meeting with all of these groups, and they're doing a great job with all of that, but just because I see so much value in the rec board, I will not be supporting this agreement. And thank you to administration here and in the town for doing such a great job collaborating and writing these up, but just because of the lack of rec board, I will not be supporting this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions before the vote? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with what you're saying wholeheartedly, but I feel that the way the rec board was currently being utilized was not as effective as it could have been. So I will be supporting this agreement so that we can have a good, strong working agreement and advocate for some type of a rec board be added, and then we can work together collaboratively with the town to come up with what that could look like, to have an even more effective rec board than what we currently were working with. Super passionate individuals sitting there. I believe that they should actually have more power than they had at that rec board. The way that the terms of reference of that board functioned, I didn't think that they were as effective as they could be. So hopefully we can work towards building something like that that does have more effect to it. But I will support this because I think that it's important that we get an agreement completed. The old one is 2009, as the Reef had said. I think it's important we have one to work with. So thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I guess I have to agree with the comments of both the Deputy Reeve and Councillor Graham. I believe Councillor Graham was my predecessor on the rec board, and so we recognize the energy, the ideas, the innovation that came from the community, and only from the community. And I also, the Deputy Reeve said it well, that the rec board is not being utilized as intended, and that has contributed to some frustration on the part of people on the rec board who felt they were constrained in contributing to the community. So to me, it's a deal breaker. I will not be supporting this agreement for those reasons.
All right, thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Okay, if there's no other comments, questions in regards to the motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you. So with that, we'll have a quick 10-minute break, please. And good morning, welcome back from our break. We are going to go into item 5.1. It's our public hearing and advertising bylaw 1184/24. Now we'll go across to, okay, I was gonna go, Ms. Tutic.
Good morning, Council. Section 606 of the Municipal Government Act outlines the requirements for advertising in municipal proceedings such as bylaws, resolutions, meetings, and public hearings. It mandates various methods of notification, including publication in newspapers, mailing to residents, and other methods specific to municipal bylaws. Notices must contain specific information about the purpose of the proceeding, where documents related to it can be inspected, and in the case of bylaws and resolutions, the petition procedure. Section 606.1 allows council to establish additional advertising methods such as bylaws, provided that they ensure widespread awareness among residents and conduct a public hearing before enacting such bylaws. Notices of proposed bylaws under this section must adhere to similar content requirements and be made publicly available. The purpose of advertising bylaw 1184/24 is to provide flexibility in how these notifications are disseminated.
Can I stop? I realized that I should have been following a script and that it wasn't an exact agenda item. So if I could politely say, we're gonna restart this. My mistake, I apologize for that. So we'll call the public hearing to order and then we'll go back into first and second reading, or sorry, second and third reading. I apologize. So I'll call the meeting to order at 10:04. Public hearings are convened with accordance of the Municipal Government Act of Alberta and have two purposes. The first is to provide stakeholders and community members with an opportunity to make submissions to council about proposed bylaws. The second is to allow council opportunity to collect pertinent information about proposed bylaws prior to making a decision. This is the public's last opportunity to comment about a proposed bylaw, as council is unable to further accept submissions after public hearing proceedings are closed. So to outline the process, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they are in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they are limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices are permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing are called at the chairman's discretion. Firstly, administration will make a presentation first. Will be on repeat, sorry. Council will then hear from those who wish to address the council. Administration will read any written submissions into the record. And finally, council will be given the opportunity at any point ask clarifying questions of administration. Any submissions received from other agencies will be read out, and then anyone who is present and whom is in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Following this, comments will be presented from anyone who is opposed to the application. Before I turn it over to staff, we can do introductions, but this is staff, so we were all good, and I will now turn it over to the communications coordinator, Ms. Tutic, to outline the background of the proposed bylaw. And please feel free to carry on where you were before.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Council. So the purpose of the advertising bylaw 1184/24 is to provide flexibility in how notifications are disseminated while ensuring that the majority of residents are reached. Under this bylaw, the county will still continue to advertise items that are legally required to be advertised in the local newspaper, and the information will also be posted on the county's website for a minimum of 10 days prior to the item taking place. On April 15th, administration presented the first draft of this advertising bylaw to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of the Whole. There were amendments that were suggested and they were incorporated. On May 14th, the first reading took place for this bylaw, incorporating those amendments. The adoption of this bylaw would replace and rescind the former public notification policy, which is outdated and does not cover current advertising methods. Clearwater County has chosen not to update the public notification policy because amendments made to the Municipal Government Act in 2017 for the first time empowered municipalities to enact bylaws that facilitate statutory advertising through various means, including electronic platforms. This approach is based on current best practices in municipal government. Before passing the advertising bylaw under section 606.1 in the Municipal Government Act, council must be satisfied that the methods of advertising the bylaw will provide for is likely to bring the matter advertised by this method to the attention of substantially all residents in the area to which the matter relates. Advertise the notice of bylaw in accordance with section 606, which must be published in the local newspaper. Make the bylaw publicly available for public inspection, and conduct a public hearing before second and third reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any questions for administration? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to confirm, under the statutory advertisements shall be, does that cover any of the land use statutory requirements? Because I know that they have a certain number of days that things must be circulated and referral timelines and all of that stuff. Does that cover all of that, or is that in a different area of the MGA, et cetera?
This bylaw only covers the advertising method for newspapers and website.
Okay. Yes, supplementary, please. But they are required to circulate
Yes.
on newspapers and stuff as well for a certain number of days. Would they be required to follow this, or do they need to follow their different referral timelines?
I believe there's their different referral
Those are all
timelines.
different? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any further lights? Seeing none. I would now like to ask if there was any comments received from referral agencies.
No comments were received from referral agencies.
Thank you. Now I'd like to invite any member of the public wishing to speak to the bylaw. Seeing none. Were any written submissions related to the proposed bylaw? Were there any? Oh, that seems like that's been, written submissions were received regarding the proposed bylaw were received.
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. Does administration like to make some final remarks? Okay, I see a question from Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Do you have any metrics on how many people actually read this bylaw or looked at it, or what sort of audience was reached?
Go ahead, Ms. Dudick.
I don't have metrics to determine that number. However, I can say that we did advertise this bylaw in all 3 local newspapers for 2 consecutive weeks prior to this meeting. And we also did something different. We also did a social media post.
Yes. Okay. Do we keep track of the views on the social media posts?
We do. We do. I don't have that number at hand right now.
Okay. It's just interesting as to how well our advertising is working. So, anyway,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. So with no further comments, I will now close the hearing at 10:10. No motions entertained at this time. Now we'll move into item 6.1, which is the consideration of second and third readings of this bylaw. So is there anything you'd like to open with at all? No? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make the motion for second reading of bylaw 1184/24.
Thank you. Motion on the floor for second reading. Any comments, questions from council? See none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Looking for a motion for third reading. Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe makes the motion for third reading. Any comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And again, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. So the bylaw is carried forth for 1184/24. Thank you for coming in today. So I am going to just quickly rearrange. We have okay, we will go back to quickly on the item 4.1B, the David Thompson Play School. And going back to Director Martinson. for this item, please? Go ahead.
Morning again, Reeve Council, thank you. Here we are, just following up, as per the procedural bylaw with the delegation council, received a presentation from at your April 20th meeting. We have brought this information back to council, which includes a funding request letter that goes back to 2020 from when we supported this association to move their portable from the Condor School grounds because of our partnership and participation in servicing and preparing the school grounds for the inevitable new school build, which came in Condor and has wrapped up now. And so we have a beautiful new school there. But we did have the play school have to move out, and they were located under a temporary agreement between the county, the Condor Community Center, and the play school to locate at the Condor Community Hall grounds for a short to moderate term. That term is up here coming into 2025, and the play school is looking for a new home somewhere in the Leslieville Condor area. And they gave council a presentation, as I mentioned, on April 20th. That presentation is linked to this agenda item. They had, a fairly sort of open and flexible need for support. And so we're bringing this back to council for your consideration as to how to support this group. And our recommendations range from just providing a letter of support so they can use to fundraise, potentially get grants, all the way through providing a non-specific at this point budget amount, or considering assisting with land. And we recognize that if that is an option council wants to consider, we have to be mindful of the MGA and the requirements around that. So I think that was sort of the opening setup for this item. If that is okay for now, I'll turn it back over to Reeve Swanson, but I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So in regards to this item, what is the discussion, or how do we want to open, or is this item, how do we want to engage? Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I guess I firstly would start off with option one. I think providing a letter, regardless of what else we may or may not do, is a great option that could potentially benefit them. So I guess I would, for starters, make a motion to provide the David Thompson Play School Society with a letter to support for their fundraising activities.
Thank you. So motion on the floor to provide David Thompson Play School Society with a letter of support for fundraising. Discussion around the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of that motion? And that is carried. Any further discussion or clarification or motions to follow? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there an opportunity to discuss this further at strategic planning? Typically, if ever we're going to be considering any type of budgetary or capital investment or land use, etc., we typically have a strategic planning session first. Is that an opportunity?
Go ahead, Director Martinson.
The June meeting is booked up and the agenda has been finalized, but there is an opportunity for an additional strategic plan, I believe, in September. And if council directs administration to bring further information to that meeting, we would maybe want a little more specific information around what you would like to bring, whether it be related to funding or land, and that would help us understand how we should bring that as per the MGA and in our requirements to bringing certain topics to council itself or council committee of the whole.
Okay, thank you.
Go follow up.
Sorry, thank you. I do have some specific questions around this. particularly around land, because it's my understanding that schools these days are now built on municipal land, like that's how it works, whereas historically they were school division land and now they're built on municipal land. Would this not be in the same type of avenue of that, or is this outside of that makeup and legislation that drives public schools?
Yeah, so that's correct. You know, moving forward, any new schools, typically, the municipality has a requirement to provide, serviced land. Now, Condor and the Charlotte Small School in Condor and the David Thompson School in Lesleyville were rebuilt on school division land. And so that is still school division land. The play school is not a, entity that we have to provide serviced land to, like a school or a hospital, under the sense of those sort of requirements, provincial requirements. Certainly council can choose to support any entity, whether it be pre-K education like this or education as it's defined from grade 1 to 12. But to answer the question, no, this is not a statutory or regulatory requirement to provide service land, as it would be if, let's say, a new school was required in Nordegg. Completely new, no school division land existing, would have to provide serviced up MR land in that situation, municipal reserve land in that situation.
I have a bit of a concern. I'm happy with the motion we've just made and in regards to a letter of support. We have multiple playgroups in the county and in the town. Are we setting a precedent that we are now going to start funding playgroups? And so for me, Caroline, et cetera, Nordegg, wherever. So for me, I would like this group to start proceeding with their fundraising activities. See how they do. I'm happy, like I say, to do that lend that letter of support. I know that the cookie jar, for example, is struggling right now, and so there's other ones, and some are doing well. So how deep of the pool are we going to be going? I mean, we've been told that we've had multiple priorities on our capital funding. So where else are we going with this as well? So respectfully, I understand there's a need to bring this, but I don't want to waste administration's time bringing something that we're not going to necessarily support. Understanding that there's maybe other opportunities through SIP grants and other things like that for them for operations and stuff. So I haven't seen their full business proposal per se on how they're going to establish themselves or reestablish themselves going forward. And for me, that's where my thoughts are going at this point in time. Councillor Rack.
Thank you, Reeve. I was going to say, if we do entertain this further, that to me, it's not clear what they're asking for, and I assume that their situations may have changed in the meantime, but actually I think that the Reeve summed it up quite well.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
This one's definitely a tough one for me. It's something that's extremely important to the community, especially out there. There's such a lack of childcare, and you know, it enables families to work and to do farming and everything when they can have those few hours a day. But I agree, there are so many places struggling, that like play schools struggling. I don't fully understand. It has changed a lot since I went there. When I went there, you just went the year before kindergarten and to kind of prepare yourself, but it seems like there's a big age variance now, and I don't fully understand if it is just childcare or if it's school, or I don't fully understand what they do now. I would be open to having a discussion about land. You know, I think it's a big difference if you have a piece of land somewhere that they can put a building on versus saying, here you go, here's money. And so I would be open to that discussion. I wouldn't be open to putting funding into the 2025 draft proposed budget, but I would personally be open to option 3 to have the discussion. I know I have a lot of questions that I would like to ask that I can't in open session. So even if administration could reach out to the school board and kind of, I know it's not the school board, but they may have land somewhere. There was a place that there used to be a school that this play school used to be at that maybe is I don't know what they're doing with that, but, and to reach out to the actual Play School Society and find out, I know they were kind of talking here, they had an idea of a place that they weren't able to say, because we were in open session, if we could maybe find out what they were thinking and have a discussion in closed session so we can actually talk about land, and I would be open to that.
Would that be suffice for maybe a future closed session, at maybe an upcoming, meeting, a council meeting?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
I would be
okay,
open to
so-
discussing it at a council meeting. I do assume it needs to be done before September, because they would probably be firing up in September again, but I would be open to a discussion, but I agree with the concerns that they're struggling everywhere and we can't fund everything and we need to prioritize.
Perhaps maybe an email in request, would that be, I'm looking, would that, as far as your specifics in regards to some.
You want me to send an email?
Well, I'm just thinking, like, if they are closed questions, if they are closed session questions, it may be better to do that, and then that would give, a better opportunity. But anyways, I'm looking across, there's a red light at Ms. Serhan, and I think she has some information to offer us, please.
Yeah, again, we just passed a tax rate bylaw and there was a concern about, raising the burden, for the ratepayers. So this is definitely an increased service level, and whether it's land or dollars, it still sets a precedent for other, groups that are serving other parts of, Clearwater County. So just to keep that in mind.
Thank you. Director Martinson?
I may have some clarity as far as better understanding the service. It's sort of called pre-K, and they serve ages 3 to 5 year olds, up to 4 days a week. They're fairly flexible at how much service, if you will, if I can call it that, you can access. So if you want 2 days a week, you can sort of receive that sort of pre-K service. They are, a snapshot in time. Recently, they had about 35 kids enrolled in the pre-K between those age groups during the 4 days a week that they operate that service out of their current location at the Elks Hall. They also have an affiliation and partnership with the Discovery Homeschool, which gives them about, at any given time, roughly 5 to 12 kids that get support out of that point location with their partnership with Discovery Homeschool. So that's sort of the suite of services that they provide to the Leslieville Condor community, through their David Thompson Play School Society, which has been operating, for a long time, my understanding, since the late 70s or early 80s. So hopefully that helps. We have sort of had discussions with the school division, and so I don't personally see, now we haven't requested formally on behalf of the county. Of course, a request like that would need to be directed by you folks, but in my opinion, I don't see them necessarily hosting this group like they did in the past, because with a bigger school allows the school division now to operate this service. And this is an important service often for schools. The reason why it wasn't operated in the past, I understand, is because there just wasn't the room. Now we have the room in Charlotte Small, and a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot of, they now offer pre-K service. So I'm not gonna say those are services that are identical, but they certainly offer pre-K service out of the school. Now, I'm also not suggesting that choice isn't a good thing. I'm just suggesting that because of that reason, the school division may not, or likely will not, in my opinion, host them, because they provide the service. So I think, but we'll absolutely formally ask if council directs us so, and certainly be willing to do whatever council asks of us. But hopefully that sort of answers some of those questions on the early part of your presentation there. So thank you.
Okay. So looking, if there's no further motion, or if you would like to make a motion, we can go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I personally see all the concerns that have been voiced, but I would like to have more of a discussion, so I'll make the motion that we direct administration to provide council with additional information regarding options for relocation to a serviced county-owned location at a future closed session, so that we can actually talk about this and have a more well-rounded conversation without crossing the MGA boundaries.
So with that, I guess I will agree in principle that we should have a further discussion, but I'm not sure I will be supporting a relocation as reasons stated before. There's multiple other services and we might be getting ourselves into setting a precedent with other groups. So having another discussion in regards to this in a closed session might help further clarify the intent. So any other further discussion about the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. All right, I am going to adjust. We do have a delegation here for item 6.3, which is the first reading of bylaw 1196/24, is to amend the land use bylaw. And so with that, I would believe this is Mr. Conley today. So as they come in, 6.3. Did I say 98? Sorry, it's 96. We're gonna go to item 6.3. So before we start, Mr. Conley, I think we'll just do a quick round of introductions before we start this item. So I will start with introductions at Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Counselor, Division 3.
Welcome, great to see you again. Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and the Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, Division 7.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Counselor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Counselor.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Reg Beck, landowner and supporter of my son, Chris.
Chris Beck, the one that depletes most of his funds.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you. So, I will let Mr. Conley open this agenda item, please.
Chris Beck, with the support of landowners Reg and Karen Beck, is proposing to amend the land use bylaw for the operation of a group campground on Northwest 1438 of 8, adjacent to the west side of Cow Lake. The subject property is directly off Highway 752 and approximately 17 kilometers southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House. The quarter section is 153 acres in the agriculture district, and the applicant is proposing to redesignate 5 acres from the Ag District to the RF District. Development permit number 127/23 was approved on August 17, 2023 for the operation of a group campground. However, a condition was to apply for a land use amendment. The scope of the proposed business will consist of a private group campground. The campground will provide no services other than a wash house, fire pits, and a gazebo. The campground will operate on a short-term basis as a gathering place for private functions from May to October. At the time of application, the applicant indicated there will be 10 camping stalls on approximately 3.5 acres of land with a maximum number of 30 recreation vehicles. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly residential, agricultural, and recreation. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is present to speak to the proposal. Did council have a chance to go over the policy?
Please so.
The redesignation of the subject land is to allow for a change of use on the property to follow through with the operations that have been outlined in development permit number 127/23. Administration is recommending that council consider granting first reading for bylaw number 1196/24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll now ask if council has any questions of the applicants or administration at this time. Go ahead, Councilor Graham.
The land between the proposed property and the lake, is that Crown land or who owns that property? It's Crown land, okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Maybe I'm at a little bit of an advantage because this already came to Municipal Planning Commission for a development permit. I want to say almost a year ago now. Like it's been a little while. So we had the opportunity to tour the site. I think that this is fabulous. I'm just going to lay my cards out right now. Like I think this is great. This is, if my memory serves, this is a reclaimed oil site. And you have already actually established 30 plus more acres of arable land to the west of this that wasn't there before since owning this property, which is great. So I'm excited about this. And I thank you for coming back and getting the land redesignated to the appropriate zoning in order to go forward with this rather than it going under the radar and not having proper approvals. That means a lot. And to focus conversation, I'll go ahead and make the motion for first reading and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. There's a motion on the floor. Discussion in regards to the motion on the floor for first reading. Go ahead, Councilor Northcott.
Just have a question for staff. For all there's a lot of self-employed residents in Clearwater County that have home-operated businesses. So for those people, would they have to rezone like their property if they work out if they work off of their home? Would they have to now, if this is going to be rezoned, I just don't understand why this would have to be rezoned for campground business, where if you have other individuals with home businesses, are they going to have to rezone their properties to light industrial and so forth? Because it's, if you're going to do this, I just don't understand why it has to be rezoned.
I'll go to Mr. Conley.
It's based on the scope of the business, so for this one, since it's going to be a campground, it'll be separate from the residents. It's not a home-based business. So home-based businesses would be able to stay as the zoning it is currently, but as soon as you start changing the scope to something more intense, you'll have to look into rezoning.
Where's the threshold for more intent?
CO Ammons.
Thank you. So it's identified in the land use bylaw and in the district zonings, Councilor Northcott. Some home-based businesses fall within the farm subsidiary business, and that is defined in those districts. A campground is not one of those. Therefore, it does require rezoning to establish a private campground.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I have to agree that this is a great amenity to add to our community. So I wish you every success. I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff? No?
Sorry.
Yep.
CEO Emmons answered the question. I was going to help out with Councilor Northcott's question because we actually had asked some of those very things. And for me, the big switch when I'm reading the land use bylaw is when it moves to your income is based from that. It isn't a farmhand helping on the farm. It's a campground that people come and they pay for a service. So it changes the perspective from it being a farm subsidiary to that's the service they're providing. They're not staying there to help on the farm. They're staying there as a paying customer of your campground. So that's the big reason we had them shift and ask for zoning, a zoning change, or at least when that was presented to Municipal Planning Commission.
Thank you for that. Any further questions or comments in regards to the motion for first reading? Go ahead, Councilor Northcott.
As it's first reading, to proceed to public hearing and really give the information to the residents and the public, I will support first reading for that reason.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for coming in today, and we'll see you at the public hearing. You bet. Now moving on back into our report, we'll go back to item 6.2, which is the first reading of bylaw 1198/24. And I believe it'll be Mr. Bisson. We'll just give him a minute here. And as we're preparing, we can do some introductions if that's okay. We have our delegation here with us, so I'll go ahead with Division 2.
Cue Mike. Thank you. Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Counselor, Division.
Welcome, Jenny Malhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Counselor. Morning.
Thank you for joining us on this beautiful spring day. Neil Radcliffe, Counselor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Senior Planner.
Morning, everybody.
Awesome. Awesome. Can you say your name for the record, please?
My name is Lane Moore.
Thank you.
I am the applicant for that, as we're all aware of, and thank you, everybody, for taking the time to reconvene on this. Would you like?
Nope,
Sorry.
we'll get into the item now, and then we just wanted introductions, so we appreciate that, Mr. Moore,
Okay.
and we'll let Mr. Bisson introduce the agenda item for us at this point in time. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. Lane Moore currently holds title to Plan 072-4272, Block 2, Lot 1, which is part of the Northeast 937-5 west of the 5th, containing 93.90 acres of land. Subject land is mainly designated Agriculture District A. The subject property is located approximately 5.5 miles northeast of the village of Caroline. The landowner has made application to redesignate 5.5 acres located in the east central portion of the quarter section from Ag to Country Residence Agriculture District. The remaining 88.40 acres of the quarter would remain under the Ag District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with a subdivision application process to create separate title to the 5.50 acre CRA parcel. Since the public hearing and the subsequent defeat of Bylaw 1163, the landowner has provided Clearwater County with some new and additional information regarding the property. Clearwater County administration believes that this new and additional information warrants the application to be reheard by council and to allow the applicant an opportunity to speak to the proposal. The new information is as follows. So the items are included, attached to this package. Two newspaper articles from 1985 covering the dispute between the landowner, Mr. Moore, and Alberta Environment. The articles essentially explain how the province originally registered a caveat on Mr. Moore's property to allow a fence to remain on the property to protect the river. The outcome of the dispute is not made clear. However, Mr. Moore is able to speak to a land swap between him and the province that's seen the province register an entirely new title off of his property, with no subdivision approval being issued by the municipal district or the Red Deer Regional Planning Commission. There's also an email that was received by Stephen Shenfield dated May 23rd, 2024, stating how he believes that the parcel was created and what the province's intent is with the land. The email states that these types of parcels adjacent to creeks such as the Raven River were done for conservation in an effort to protect the associated fisheries. There are no plans to develop this parcel or dispose of it by the province. As the restrictive covenant expires at the end of 2027, we would likely replace this with a Crown land reservation to denote the conservation purpose and restrict those types of activities that are not compatible with the intent of the original removal. And then development permit 177-23 was issued for the construction of a residential shop on the proposed CRA parcel that was in the process of being redesignated. And that was issued on October 20th, 2023. Mr. Moore has since started construction on the proposed shop and has extended power services to the site. It is Mr. Moore's intent to construct a residence within that shop for him to reside in once the quarter is sold. The proposed partially developed 5.5 acre CRA parcel is described as flat, heavily treed land. Access to the proposed CRA parcel and the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from an existing shared access off of Range Road 5-3 adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the new yard site so that he can continue constructing the residential shop to live on. The landowner will sell the existing developed yard site with the farm infrastructure at a later date, and the landowner anticipates that the remainder of the quarter section will be more appealing to potential purchasers with the developed residential yard site. The parcel located in the southern portion of the quarter section is owned by the Crown as represented by Alberta Environment. The parcel of land was originally subdivided by the province without approval of Clearwater County as part of a land swap to protect the Raven River. Other surrounding land uses in this area are mainly agricultural with a few residential parcels and one recreational parcel surrounding this property. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the landowner is present to speak to the proposal. So I'll just quickly go through a couple of planning directions. So we've got the Municipal Government Act, matters related to subdivision development. These are just the provincial considerations that we must consider when it comes to subdivision. Section 5 of our Municipal Development Plan are just some things such as potential impacts that we must, some things that we must consider, such as potential impacts on adjacent lands. Section 6 are some things to consider when looking at a proposed subdivision, such as the suitability of the site, access to the site, and the minimum developable space. Section 10 deals with rules around subdivision in Clearwater County. Section 11 just deal with rules around water and wastewater services. Section 14 are some additional studies that may be required. And Section 14.210 through 16 just deal with municipal reserves and how those may be collected. I've given the general purpose of the CRA district and the minimum lot sizes or the acceptable lot sizes. Policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the subdivision of a partially developed yard site so that the landowner can sell the developed yard site and farm infrastructure with the remainder of the quarter section. Access to the property is from a joint access off of Range Road 5-3, adjacent to the east property boundary. Administration has reviewed and considered the impacts on farming activities in the area and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact the existing farm operations. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the fourth title out of the quarter section. The parcel of land was originally subdivided by the province without approval from Clearwater County as part of a land swap to protect the Raven River. Staff believe that this parcel would be considered an environmental reserve, should be considered an environmental reserve parcel. We also believe that the proposed parcel should be considered the third title out of the quarter section, which would align with policy 10.2.2 as no subdivision approval out of the quarter section was ever issued by Clearwater County to create that parcel protecting the river. The landowner has applied to redesignate a slightly larger parcel to encompass a panhandle driveway from the range road, so that adds approximately half an acre to the overall size of the proposed parcel. MDP policy 14.2.5 and 6 permits the county to request certain studies, such as environmental assessment reports to address sensitivity of subject property and adjacent lands. Public Works, Ag Services, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. Our recommendation is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1198-24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And thank you for the extra information that has been supplied. All right, any questions or comments from council? Go ahead, I believe first on the button was Councilor Ratcliffe. Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. My question is around the actual size of the parcel, that, you know, we no longer count panhandle driveways as part of the parcel. So what is the actual size, considering that?
Sure, so the size of the actual developable space would be 5 acres.
5 acres.
The panhandle driveway is a half an acre on its own.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I am not super familiar with any instance where something has changed from provincial-owned land into the Crown Land Reservation. Like they saying that into 2027 it's being replaced. Can you give a little bit more clarity on that, please?
Sure, so right now there's a restrictive covenant in place on that, the Crown-owned land at the south end of this parcel. Basically, my understanding of that restrictive covenant, it allows Mr. Moore to walk the site, fish the site. I believe he can take his horses down there as well, but it's limited to Mr. Moore using that site. And that restrictive covenant expires in 2027, or at the time when Mr. Moore actually sells the remainder of the quarter section. At that time, what the province has indicated is that they would be looking to turn this into a Crown land reservation to protect the creek.
Follow up?
Yes, please. Thank you, but what does that actually do for like the land ownership? Is it still a titled property? Like, cause that was one of the big questions when we were looking for subdivision. Is it still a titled property to the Crown? Is there other examples where properties have been split up with Crown reservation and yet it's not considered subdivision, et cetera? Like, I'm just trying to look for some comparables and how we can utilize this with our land use bylaw document.
Sure, so the short answer, this would remain a separate title, and it would be held by the province. Off the top of my head, I'm not familiar with these Crown land reservations. However, there are numerous properties out there where there are environmental reserve parcels created along creeks, which are held by the county and not the province. I would say that would be as close as you're going to get to this situation.
Thank you. Councilor Gray?
So with the added 0.5 of an acre, would that panhandle driveway be separate from the other driveway to the other parcel?
So not exactly. The property line would essentially come down the existing driveway that's there. It would be a shared driveway into the proposed site and into the remainder of the quarter section. That said, there is also access to the remainder of the quarter section from the road on the north side of this quarter as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, comments? We do understand the environmental sensitivity of the area. I think this council's all familiar with the Raven, with everything. And yep, go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Could I give you a little history lesson for a few minutes on how this all evolved?
Sure.
If you don't mind.
You bet. Go ahead.
I've lived on that property for 44 years, and it's been a privilege to live on Stauffer Creek. I don't know how many of you here are actually familiar with Stauffer. I know Jordan would be. Have you been out here? Do you know what Stauffer Creek really is and what it looks like? I'll tell you, it looks like it does today because of what happened in the early 80s. The project was initiated by Buck for Wildlife, the Alberta government, and Trout Unlimited. And when I moved there in 1980, 81, they came to us, to the landowners on Stauffer. It did not happen overnight. They went from landowner to landowner to get permission to fence the creek, to keep the livestock out of the stream. So one by one, the stream became fenced. The landowners donated land along that corridor to make the fence possible on it. The cattle was never the initial problem with Stauffer Creek, it was the beavers. Anyway, the fence went in, and we worked with Fish and Wildlife till 1985, when this whole crap hit the fan on that. In those years, we took out, all the landowners on that creek up there, over 1,000 beaver. And to initiate that program, they used to pay us $50 a beaver. And to prove it, one year we would take off a right paw, the next year a paw here, a paw, whatever one, to prove that you had taken it, to keep everybody honest. And we all had bags of beaver feed on our deep freeze. And for those of you, there's a few of you old enough to remember back in those days, bank rates were over 20%, grain prices were in the tank, and so were cattle prices. I was a beginning farmer. I had a $200,000 mortgage with Alberta Agriculture Development Corporation in those days. I never had enough money to put air in a tractor tire. Seriously. In 1985, the government came back, sent us a letter in the mail and said, we've now put a caveat on your property. I was in arrears for a number of years with Alberta Agriculture. They could have foreclosed on me any time, and I never knew from one year to the next if I was still going to be on the property. I did not want any restricted issues, caveats on my title in case they foreclosed and the property needed to be sold. So I refused to go to an appeal meeting. I wrote letters, I did phone calls, and I said, take the caveat off or take the fence out. And so this went on for a period of months. I wouldn't communicate with them anymore. There's two gentlemen here in Rocky Mountain House, Rocky Connebelt and Dave Christensen, who were the representatives for Fish and Wildlife in those days. And finally, a man came to me by the name of Barry Mitchell, who absolutely spearheaded the whole program. Barry was the publisher of the Alberta Fishing Guide in those days. Great, great man. He's dead now. We worked a lot of years together on Stauffer Creek. Anyway, he said, Lane, he said, can we get together and try and resolve this? And I said, okay, but I'll decide who's at the meeting and where it's going to have it. And one of my requests was David Serendi, who was the Deputy Minister of Fish and Wildlife in Alberta in those days. And I can't remember if we met here in Rocky or in Caroline. It was obvious after the meeting the caveat wasn't coming off of the fence. And they had a stance on it, and so did I. I had zero idea at all of what the proposal was going to be, as he says in the article. They came back to me with an offer that said, and it wasn't really an offer to say, Lane, this is the way it's going to be. The land is going to be protected down there whether you like it or not. It had nothing to do with protecting the creek or scuttling the thing. I was getting phone calls from farmers up and down the stream saying, Lane, what the hell's going on? I was bad news and they need to shut me up and make a deal with me. So they came to me and said, Lane, we're going to take that land and this is what we're offering you. And to sweeten the pot on that deal, you can see if, on that map up there, there's a portion of stream right behind the Lazy M building site right there. And I don't have the map anymore. It disappeared. Unfortunately, I found those newspaper articles on there. Rather than that fence coming right through my yard, the photo in that one article, the fence goes right through my house, and actually one part of the fence was actually the west side of my corral. Anyway, they said, Lane, we'll put a double fence on the other side of the stream down there so no fishermen come through your place, and we'll also close it for fishing. And I had a map. That portion was marked in red. It had a big blue stamp in the middle of it from the Entry of Fisheries and Natural Resources on it. And this used to be the local district of Clearwater back in those days. And a few weeks later, there was a gentleman by the name of Dave Parker walking through my yard carrying his fishing rod. And I said, Dave, didn't know him at the time. I said, you're trespassing and this portion of the stream is closed for fishing. And I went and got him the map and I showed it to him and he said, that's illegal. About 2 weeks later, I got a letter from the government saying that I'd like to have our map back on it. So they misrepresented themselves right there. And David Serendi and the government, they came back with a proposal to do a land swap with me. It had bugger all to do with me, the county, a subdivision, or nothing. This is the last thing on my mind ever was to give up the beautiful land I on both sides of Stauffer Creek. Simple as that. It went for an environmental reserve. I don't know how else you can think of it as anything else, because if you do, you're the only one that does on it. So.
All right, thank you for the history lesson.
Good.
Okay.
You're welcome.
So with that, looking for a motion for the floor. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know that when we had talked about this one previously, I believe it was Councilor Cermak actually at the time, had brought up concerns around protection of that regarding septic. Is there any way to know that approving another field or a pump out or whatever could be approved there wouldn't affect the environmental sensitivity of that beautiful area?
Mr. Bisson?
So, certainly we could ask for something to be prepared, from a septic installer. To be quite honest, if Mr. Moore was to install a septic field on this site, the setback from the property lines are, I believe, only a 1.5 meters from the property line. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what the setback is from a creek, but I believe,
About 600 feet.
I believe there's enough space there between between wherever he puts his septic to the creek, but it is certainly something we could request be provided.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions, or a motion? Go ahead, Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, MPC toured your property last year. You have a beautiful home on a beautiful location there. And I expect your current septic field is closer to the creek than the parcel you're proposing. And I understand why your home is now too large for your use and you need to make this move. So this really is the first residential parcel out of that property. I would be pleased to make the motion that council grant first reading of bylaw 1198/24 and to proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you for the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Go ahead, Councilor Cermak.
Yeah, I have one question too. It says here in that second paragraph under the policy consideration that I take it you are talking about the planning department, also believe that the proposed parcel should be considered as a third title. Have you had a professional or municipal, an MGA, saying that that is the third title, or is it really the fourth title?
Mr. Bisson.
So, as far as that goes, Councillor Cermak, this is strictly from our opinion as staff members. We've talked about this application at length. We believe that, being that this is a residential parcel, the first residential parcel being proposed on the quarter, we feel that it should be considered the third title. No, we have not reached out to anyone from the provincial government as far as getting I guess that written put in writing, other than the letter from Alberta Environment that basically says the title below saying that it's that's going to be registered as conservation easement.
I believe, well, the title is in the provincial
Yes.
name, so what else is there?
So, go ahead, Mr. Bisson.
So I believe what Mr. Cermak is asking, what Councillor Cermak is asking is if we, whether we consider the environmental parcel to be an official parcel or not. I mean, it is a parcel, it's registered as that. I think if that parcel was created today, it would have been taken as an environmental reserve easement or an environmental reserve parcel, rather than and I mean, it's as such, it's undevelopable.
Yeah, I just opened a can of worms. It says a year down the road that, no, this was actually a fourth title out, and that's against our NGA.
Right.
So I don't want that to happen, so I would really like to have that information and guaranteed by the province that that is actually a third title before I vote on this.
Okay.
Councillor Graham.
I guess for me, my perspective hasn't changed from our last second reading, I believe it was. It's, with all due respect to staff, I mean, no disrespect by this, I would consider it a fourth title. I don't support the shared driveways. I am concerned about adjacent land uses with both environmental and agricultural. I don't think that more activity needs to be added to this, and there's potential that it could be the neighbor, the farmer that buys the farmland. We don't know that though. It could be someone that's gonna use it as a personal recreational property. We can't know that, so I don't think that more activity would be good for either of the adjacent land uses. And with the old MDP, I believe this would have been an automatic because it was a first residential, but we're operating on the new MDP, so it's not. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting first reading.
Okay, thank you. Motion on the floor for first reading. Any further comments, discussions? Councillor Northcott.
Back here again. As it's first reading, to go out to the public again to really let residents know that this application is coming forward. That's our decision, but to have this information presented to the public, I'll support first reading.
Okay, thank you. I'll support first reading, but as requested by Councillor Cermak, we'd like confirmation that that title is actually with the Alberta government, if that can be for first reading, if that's okay, or when we go to public hearing. Any other comment, questions in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? All those opposed? And that motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Moore, and we'll see you at the public hearing. So with that, we can carry on to item 6.4, which is the first reading of Bylaw 1193/24. And I believe that we are with Ms. Beely. She's coming around the corner. There she is. Thank you. And seeing as how we have a delegation, we will do some introductions, please. So if we can start with Division 2.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
An officer?
And Dan Webster, applicant for.
Thank you. So with that, I'll ask Ms. Beely if she can please open up this agenda item.
So Dan and Elizabeth Webster currently hold title to the northeast of 2936 of 5, containing 155 acres. The land is located 2 miles north of Highway 54 and 2 miles west of Secondary Highway 761, northeast of the village of Caroline. The purpose of this application is to redesignate 5 acres from the agricultural district to the country resident agricultural district. The proposal is described by the applicants as gently rolling land, being a mix of bare land and tree-covered land, encompassing some low-quality agricultural land in the northeast corner of the quarter section. Access can be achieved off Range Road 5-2, adjacent to the east property boundary. The applicants have indicated the reason for their request is to create separate title to a lower portion or a portion of lower quality agricultural land within the quarter section to develop in the future. The remaining 150 acres would stay agricultural. The applicant has described the quarter section as flat to rolling land. The land is open field with 3 tree clusters, 2 in the northwest quadrant and 1 in the southeast. There is an existing yard site in the southeast portion of the quarter section, complete with 2 residences and 2 shops. The subject land has all their applicable approvals in place and comply with Clearwater County's land use bylaw. There is a residential parcel in the southeast corner of the quarter section, and that was created in 1998. Surrounding land uses are agricultural and residential. So this land use amendment application is in conjunction with a subdivision. So subdivision number 21/3700. Therefore, pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant would like to proceed with creating separate title to this 5-acre CRA parcel. I know council is familiar with policy, so I'm just gonna quickly go over it, but if there's any questions you have or want further clarification, just let me know. So from the municipal development plan, we've included provisions for protecting surface water and groundwater resources and healthy ecosystems. We have provided provisions for subdivision development of agricultural land and agricultural operations. We've included the residential development considerations, which Dustin had gone over a little bit with you in the last item, and the subdivision of land, and in regards to the number of permitted parcels within a quarter section. We've included provisions that address legal and physical access and the location of parcels, as well as water and wastewater services and environmental reserves. We've also included redesignation, subdivision, and development, so what studies may be required and what shall be considered by council when they're making their decision to redesignate land. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, we've included the CRA district and its purpose, as well as the acceptable lot sizes, being between 4 and 7 acres. And from the Municipal Government Act, we've included the matters related to subdivision development regulations because it's in conjunction with the subdivision. So for policy consideration, the proposed redesignation is to allow the creation of a rectangular shaped undeveloped parcel situated in the northeast corner of the quarter section. The size complies with the CRA requirements outlined in the land use bylaw and is considered the second parcel or third title from a quarter section, complying with the MDP 1022. The MDP does not require the second parcel to be a developed site for council to consider an application. This proposal can achieve legal and physical access off a county-maintained road, and the remainder of the quarter section has legal and physical access. After reviewing the application, staff don't anticipate impacts on surrounding agricultural operations. And should the land use amendment be successful, the applicants will proceed with their subdivision portion. So staff are recommending that council grant first reading to this bylaw and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beely. Are there any comments, questions for administration in regards to this? And if not, looking for a motion for first reading. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. In the bottom right corner of the property to the north, is that another residential? Is there another residence there?
Like within the quarter section?
No, just north of the quarter section, like across the
There
fence
is,
line?
yes. There is a residence there, but it is not a parcel. It is part of that quarter section.
Yes, okay. Just would be adjacent.
Deputy Reeve
Thank you.
Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was partially regarding that as well, but mine about approaches. Would we meet approach setbacks from that residence to the north? And it looks like there's another one on the other side of the road as well, because there's so many feet or meters that we have to have in between approaches. Would we meet?
There are. It's a 50-meter separation between approaches, but at the referral stage, Public Works is an agent that we circulate to, and they would be able to provide us comments.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any further comment, questions for administration or a motion for first reading? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I have one other, and that's that the farmland assessment rating, was it just updated? Because it's new colors and new, like it's all fancy.
You can thank DJ for that.
Okay.
Or sorry, not DJ, Anna. She has been working on our maps for us so that they're all kind of consistent, so.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Anyway, I was impressed. So I will make the motion for first reading. I would really like to see some of those referrals from Public Works to have a better understanding of if it's meeting the setbacks, et cetera, and we can only get that if we
For sure.
if we refer to them. So I'll make that motion. Thank you.
Thank you for the motion. Motion is for first reading. Any comments, questions in regards to the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
I'm just gonna refer back to the 2023 MDP and the open houses and public surveys and all that stuff. The third title wasn't favorable amongst the large majority residents. However, I would support first reading in order this to go out to the public to view this application.
Thank you, Councillor Northcott. Any further comments, questions to the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Yes, I have some concerns about the number of residences already on this quarter section. But to hear from comments from the public, I will support this motion.
Thank you. Any other further comments, questions in regards to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? And that motion carries. Thank you for coming in today. And we'll see you at the public hearing. All right. Are we okay to trudge on to, got a couple more first readings? Okay. Moving on to 6.5. First reading of 1197/24. And I believe that is Dustin Bisson. And I believe we know everyone here at the council table knows our delegation, but hello, Mr. Hagsma. Thank you for coming in. So anyways, go ahead, Mr. Bisson.
Thank you. Robert and Jean Rule currently hold title to the Southeast 1437-4 containing 153.11 acres. Subject land is located 19 kilometers or 12 miles northeast of the village of Caroline in the Stauffer area. Bob Hegsma with High Country Surveys has made application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 15.10 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from ag to country residence agriculture. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with subdivision application process to create separate title to the 15.10 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 15.10 acre parcel contains a residence, 2 ancillary buildings, 2 shipping containers. The applicants have indicated existing services include a water well and an open discharge septic system. The reason the landowners have applied to redesignate more than the maximum acceptable lot size is to accommodate the existing open discharge septic system. The proposal is described as rolling with some planted trees, shrubs, and lawn. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from an existing access off Township Road 37-2A adjacent to the north property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is rolling, mostly bare pasture land. There is a developed subdivision taken out of the northeast quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 4-1 adjacent to the east property boundary. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agriculture with some residential parcels. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with subdivision application to create separate title to the proposed CRA parcel. The attached package provides more detail, and the applicant is here to provide more detail. I'm going to skip ahead here into the planning considerations and just focus on MDP section 10.2.4. The densities allowable for a residential subdivision is between 2.25 and 7 acres in size, unless a larger parcel is deemed necessary to encompass existing residential amenities, facilities such as shelter belts, wastewater, and water services, as well as driveways associated with the farmstead. And I will move on to policy considerations. Planning considerations. The proposed redesignation is to allow for the creation of a 15.10 acre residential parcel in the northwest corner of the quarter. With the current MDP, oversized parcels may be approved to encompass existing services. Legal and physical access to exists for both the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area. The proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2. So it's our recommendation that council grant first reading to bylaw 1197-24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. I'll open the floor for comments, questions for administration. Go ahead, Deputy BYLAWS.
Thank you, Reeve. There's an approach, a few meters it looks like, from the primary approach into the residence that then follows down into like the the central west part of the quarter. What is it going to there? Like, cause then you're cutting that off, like they can't utilize that approach for whatever's in the middle of the quarter.
I'm not exactly sure what that goes to. Perhaps Mr. Hagsma could speak on that.
Go ahead, Mr. Hagsma.
Yes, when I was there, I noticed that there were a couple of campers in there, and I believe that family camps there every once in a while.
Okay.
So access to the quarter section can still be obtained from the road on the east, and certainly to access that back portion of the quarter, there could be an easement placed on the through that existing acreage for them to continue to use that campsite once it's legalized.
There was only a couple. It wasn't a big area. I don't think you'd want to camp there anyway.
I have a question in regards to that first parcel out. When was it created?
Don't have the plan number on that, but it was done a number of years ago, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. No plan. Is that a water feature on the kind of central on that plot, or is that part of the septic system?
There is a water feature there. When I conducted the site inspection, there was no water actually in that. It's a man-made feature. Looks like they've used it for a fish pond or something like that.
Okay. Where is the open charge septic showing here?
Perhaps what I could do is I did provide that survey sketch to Lana and Michael there, as it wasn't included in your package. There we go. So the, the open discharge is right, at the, southeast corner of the fence line there. I'm not sure.
Oh, there.
We just had to zoom in.
Just zoom in. Perfect. Thank you. All right.
I'm just concerned about the size of this parcel. It goes, you know, quite a way into what has been, I'm assuming, hayland. Okay, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
So you're saying that water feature is not currently a water feature or a trout pond? Or,
That's correct.
because here's my concern, is it probably, having an open discharge that close to a fish habitat or a potential fish habitat probably isn't allowed either. So then it wouldn't, they'd have to change their septic, and therefore the reason of allowing a larger parcel due to septic size would no longer apply because they don't meet the regulatory requirements for having an open discharge because of having that fish inhabitable water feature. It could be wrong though, so I'm happy to be corrected, but that would be one of my concerns.
I would have to look at the setbacks for the setback guide, septic guidelines, that we have. But it's certainly something in the realm of possibility.
Any other comments or questions for administration? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
It says here that the proposal is, and 2 shipping containers.
Yes.
Are they to stay on the site?
I believe it would be their intent to keep those in place.
Our new LUB is not in place yet. And I know of instances where quarter sections were sold and the acreage was taken out and people had to get rid of their shipping containers. So these 2 would have to go also.
That's certainly in the realm of possibility, and that would be a condition that's added at the subdivision stage.
I mean, if we'd done that with other landowners, it's only fair to do it with this one.
Absolutely.
We can't have favoritisms in this country.
Councillor Graham.
I'm just wondering if there's any way we can shrink this parcel down, because it's over twice the size that's allowed. I mean, I've driven past this place many times. It's a beautiful property. It's so well, you can tell from the aerial photo how well taken care of it is, but it's just so big. Even if, I mean, it's a new septic system would be very expensive, I'd imagine. But if we can somehow shrink it in a little bit, and then maybe they can make a deal with whoever purchases the remainder of the land, if that's the plan, and they can just farm the square or something, I don't know. I have concerns with the size.
Okay. Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, and I know this, this quarter has the proposal is to have 2 sizable parcels within it. That's somewhat unusual. I think we're pushing the envelope a little bit on the sizes here. That's a concern I have. Any further development or subdivision would require higher levels of planning documents and of course the restrictions that go along with that. Would it not? Am I correct in?
That is correct.
So whether that was development on the balance of the quarter or within these rezoned areas, it would each area would be required to follow those rules.
Absolutely. So an area structure or outline plan would be required at that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments, questions, or motion for first reading? I know for myself, I understand the ask, and I also understand the desirability of someone who's going to maybe for future purchase this property would probably be looking at a little bit more property, but if the east side could be shrunk a little bit more, but I'm not sure of those distances of the pump out, like how far to a property line, pardon me? 90 meters. So that's where the line is put, is at 90 meters? Okay, fair. Okay. All right. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. It's unorthodox, but I know we've done it. We have requested them, septics to be changed. I don't wanna have to do that either, but I'd like the information on that water feature set back to the pump out, because if it has to be changed anyway, and that may not be a registered water feature, who knows? Like, if it's not a registered fishery pond, I mean, if they had fish in it, don't they have to have it registered? But maybe not. I would like that type of information. I also have big problems with the size. And maybe I wouldn't have as much of a problem with the size if the one beside it wasn't already super oversized also. And that's only because that's what's in our rules. Personally, I think people should have more rights to do what they want on their land, but our rules make that extremely difficult in order to be accomplished. I'll make the motion hesitantly for first reading so that we can get some of that information and have a better idea of what we're dealing with, because that's when you'll send all of those referrals, et cetera. So then we can see what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you for the motion. I'm looking now at that beautiful new drawing of farmland assessment rating, and I'm looking at that larger first parcel out, and I'm looking, ooh, there's a lot of extremely severe properties, so probably it was, that first parcel was created to encompass a lot of that older stuff too, so, but yes, yeah, so, but anyways, yes, I would like some more information as well. So any comments in regards to the motion for first reading? And any further information, go ahead, Councillor Graham.
I will support first reading if we're able to look at redoing it so it can be smaller. But moving past that, I don't know that I will support future readings if this were to pass with this size. So I don't know if it's possible, but if it's possible, and I will support first reading to allow that to happen potentially.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those, go ahead, Mr. Hexman. Did you offer some comment? Absolutely.
Do I get a chance to speak?
You can, absolutely.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you for the request.
Thank you so much. Okay, my clients, the rules, they're elderly people. They've lived there for quite a number of years, and I apologize they're not here today. We had actually short notice that this hearing was happening. So I phoned them this morning, and they gave me their blessing to represent them. Now, I knew that council would have problems with the size too. And I'm bound by the septic standards where I have to be 90 meters away with the property boundary. The one thing I can suggest is that we 45 that east boundary back to the fence, and that existing approach to the rest of the parcel would remain with the rest of the parcel. That's the easiest fix. Now, I didn't refresh my memory on distances that the discharge has to be from a house or a water well, but do you know that offhand, Dustin?
I don't have it offhand for a fish pond.
And a little bit of background here, the rules have lived here for most of their lives, farmed the land and that sort of thing. That 20.5, I think it is, acre parcel off the northeast was taken off years and years ago, prior, I would guess, to the mid-80s, and maybe well before that, because in the mid-80s we started doing these by what we call a descriptive plan, but this is an actual description, meets and bounds type description. So my bet is that it was taken off well before that. And a lot of that land in the east of this parcel is lower land and not really considered, I don't think, good farmland. I don't have the assessment sheet in front of me, but some of this land is a little bit sketchy, shall we say. Now, having said that, the rules don't have a lot of cash. Their net worth is in their farm. And, you know, we've waited several months to get this land use process happening so that they could afford it. And I realize that's not a land use consideration, but this is just background information for you folks. And So in order to make them change the septic system would be quite onerous on them. I don't know how much difference it would make because I believe they have to be 45 meters from a water well, is that right? But I'm guessing.
I believe that's correct.
And I didn't show a distance, I'm sorry, from the discharge to the water well, but just by estimating it, it was about 90 meters from the house and the water well's about a third there. So we could gain 15 meters or 50 feet if they dug it up and moved their septic discharge inside of that existing fence. The easiest and most economical fix would be to kink that east boundary, and hopefully we could, you know, gain 2 or 3 acres there, and maybe even kink a 45 down at the southwest corner, and do our best to minimize the shape. Like I've, in the past, done some pretty odd shaped things to accommodate these septic discharges, but then I get the comments always, like even from staff, why does it look like that? You know, it looks pretty funny. And it does, but looks are one thing. The other thing I wouldn't want to do is 45 this into on the southwest corner into the west boundary, because if you're ever grazing it or anything else, a 45 is not a good thing. So I would 45 it a little ways and then maybe for the last 100 feet or so, bring it out. And I can provide the planning department with a scenario where that would maybe work, because I too am a proponent of preserving farmland wherever you can. So, so we could see what we could do to minimize that without a great cost to my clients.
Perfect. Thank you for the background, and thank you for proposing that. So motion on the floor to proceed to first reading, or to a public hearing. Anyone like to make the motion? Oh, sorry. Yes, you did. I wrote that down. So, motion's on the floor. If there's no further lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you very much.
All right. Proceeding now, we have one more first reading for bylaw 6.6 for bylaw 1199/24. And that is to repeal the County of Clearwater County and the County of Wetaskiwin IDP. Go ahead, Mr. Connolly.
Thank you, Reeve. At the regular council meeting held on May 28th, 2024, administration brought forward a resolution to repeal bylaw 1074-19 for the Clearwater County and County of Wetaskiwin IDP. In December of 2023, administration from County of Wetaskiwin contacted Clearwater County administration regarding the upcoming review and the potential repeal of the IDP. At the time the IDPs were approved, they were necessitated by the MGA. However, following the enactment of Bill 25 red tape reduction in 2019, the MGA now allows municipalities with shared boundaries to mutually agree that the IDP is not necessary. The County of Wetaskiwin administration has proposed to take the IDP to their council to be repealed on June 18th, 2024. As a result of the decision made on May 28th, administration has brought back bylaw number 1199/24 to begin the repeal process. Staff is recommending that council consider granting first reading of bylaw 1199/24 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Connolly. Any questions, comments, or motion? Go ahead, Councilor Garth.
I think this is pretty straightforward and simple, so I'll make a motion that council considers granting first reading to bylaw 1199/24 and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
I will be supporting that, even though this is so frustrating. And it's proof that when the province makes legislation, they're not necessarily considering the large majority of urbans that are in their midst and how expensive this document is to be created and then sit on a shelf for no reason, just to be later repealed when they realize that they made a whole bunch of unnecessary red tape. So it's frustrating, but I will be supporting the motion of having it repealed.
Thank you. Any other comments to the motion? Questions to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of first reading? That motion's carried. Thank you very much. So with that, I am going to maybe call a break. I see that there's, unless you guys want to continue on with the administration report, I know that we could have an early lunch if you would like, and a break. I think I got the nods. So we're gonna break now for lunch, and we'll be back at 40 minutes. Let's go at 12:20. Excuse me, welcome back to our meeting. We just took our lunch break and we're now continuing on the agenda to item 7.1. It's our CA report for June 11th, 2024, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and good afternoon, Council. The June 11th, 2024 CAO report. The 2024 tax notices administration has noticed some discussion concerning the due upon receipt section included in the 2024 tax notices. Historically, taxes have been expected to be paid upon receipt with penalties imposed after certain deadlines. It's important to note that there is no penalty for failing to pay immediately upon receipt. If payment is made just after the penalty application date, the taxes aren't just a day late, they're actually several months overdue, as the county allows for a significant grace period before penalties come into effect. The phrasing aims to inform taxpayers about the distinction between the tax due date and the penalty application date. Years and years ago, council actually gave that grace period as a benefit to our ratepayers, and it actually was right in the BSE time frame to allow farmers more time. So the due date, no penalties were applied for several months, and that's creating some confusion. Seniors Week. Clearwater County celebrated Seniors Week June 3rd to June 9th. The Agriculture and Community Services Department delivered flower planter barrels to the Ravens at Park Avenue, Good Samaritan Society, Clearwater Center, Westview Lodge, Mountain Sunset Manor, and the McLeod Manor. Land Use Bylaw Rewrite Project, What We Heard report. As council's aware, administration is working on updating the current land use bylaw, which involves significant community involvement. The project commenced with a series of in-person and virtual open house public meetings to initiate the process of gathering public feedback on the effectiveness and relevance of the current land use bylaw. The What We Heard report serves as a summary of this engagement as an attached for council's review. More information on this project is also available on the county's website. Input on the community aggregate payment levy. Rural Municipalities of Alberta, RMA, is seeking member input to assist in negotiations for the renewal of the cap levy regulations. Community aggregate payment levy regulation was introduced in 2006 and enables municipalities to impose a cap levy on a shipment of sand and gravel based on a uniform levy rate up to a maximum of 40 cents per ton at the pit from which the material was extracted. The current regulation does expire December 31st of this year. The RMA is engaging with the Sand and Gravel Association to discuss possible changes to the cap levy regulation. As part of this negotiation process, the RMA would like to hear from all the members about their experiences with their current cap levy regulation and any possible regulatory changes that may be required. This input will help guide the RMA's approach to the negotiation process. Bill 21, Emergency Statutes Amendment Act. This act has received third reading in the Alberta Legislature. The RMA provided an initial analysis of Bill 21 following its introduction, and an in-depth analysis is now also available for members and other interested stakeholders. The analysis provides an overview of how Bill 21 amends 6 pieces of legislation and includes a discussion on the RMA's concerns regarding provincial control of a state and local emergency, who is responsible for communications and announcing public-facing decisions, how when the province intervenes, municipalities remain responsible for paying the costs, how public interest will be defined, and municipality liability when the province does intervene. The RMA will continue to monitor the implementation of Bill 21, including identifying potential opportunities to provide input on development of any regulations. The Association of Summer Villages of Alberta annual Conference. This conference is scheduled for October 17th and 18th of this year in Sherwood Park. This in-person event will feature engaging sessions, networking opportunities. An official schedule is not yet available. Should councillors wish to attend and be remunerated, a motion would be required for this event.
Okay, thank you. I do know that I've attended a Summer Village conference once, and it's an opportunity. It's very short, it's very limited in scope as far as they really discuss just their issue. It's like a day and a half, it's usually not very long, but I mean, for any type of knowledge, if we only have the one, there are some municipalities that have multiple summer villages. I think of like the North Shores of Sylvan Lake, where there's 5 or 6, so with that, but anyways, is there anyone wishing to attend at this time? Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. My question was not actually regarding the Summer Village.
Okay.
Are we sending in information to RMA, like for the cap levy? Are they actually asking for our input, and are we gonna send in why this council had decided to not implement one? And the concerns that were raised during that process, just so that we can explain why we don't have one then?
Mr. Emmons?
Administration absolutely can. We brought it forward for council's discussion, and if that's the wish of council, we can absolutely fill it out accordingly, but we wanted to ensure that we reflect council's opinions and perspectives.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I mean, my opinion varies from my council, which everybody is aware, but I do believe in the democratic process, and this council as a whole through a vote voted not to do that, and your administration had listed a number of reasons why it would have been difficult implementing. I think those are still important things to note for the RMA, because maybe they can help alleviate some of those concerns. I thought that might be poignant to still do that.
I would echo those sentiments. I think it's still great to share that information with RMA, regardless how they played out, and if they're going to do a white paper on this for the whole of Alberta, all the counties, I think it's important that they see that we participate, I guess, in that process. So, yes. Would you want a motion to that, CO Emmons, or are you good with just that we participate? Would you like a motion that we participate with information?
If this reflects the wish of council, I'm good with that level.
Okay.
I'm not hearing opposition. That would be my fear, is acting on something that doesn't come with the support of council, so
I believe this has been vetted through us already, through a strategic planning opportunity. So the information is already, I'll just say, current. So as far as any extra work, I think it's already there. Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I do have some concerns with Bill 21 as well, and I was curious what advocacy, if any, that we knew of, particularly with regards to the province intervening and then just basically sending the municipality a bill for our 90%, because in disasters that is now the case. And I'm curious if we are aware of any advocacy efforts for that not to be accurate, because if they're making decisions on our emergency, then they should be taking that bill, in my opinion. So do we know of anything that's being done to advocate that that's not the case?
Just correction, I thought our portion was 10% and theirs was 90%.
Is it?
Yeah.
Then either way, they should
used
take
to
the
be-
whole bill.
Well, that's what it was, and then they changed it 3 years ago, but anyways.
Exactly, like, especially if they show up in our, like, we have a very capable emergency response team. Now, that's not the same in every municipality, but we are extremely capable of managing our own incident. And if the province comes in, takes over, and is making decisions that are more costly than if we had ran our own incident, we shouldn't be responsible for any percentage, 10% or not. They should get the bill themselves at that point.
Go ahead, Mr. Emmons.
absolutely appreciate the perspective and qualify only if the province approves. Not every emergency is covered, period. And saying that, I have not been reached out to or in contact with anybody on this front, only on an information sharing basis, not at any consultation level.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions in regards to the CEO report? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. It's just looking at the action tracking list and referring back to, you know, the Play School Society that originally came to us on April 20th and is now coming back. Could those items also be added to the action tracking list? Where a community group has come to us and, you know, we're waiting to finalize the issue.
We absolutely can, short answer. That action tracking list was actually created to track the directions of council without emotion so they don't get lost. Because those are the items that there is no trail, there is no identifier. So administration was concerned about not addressing those items. The items with emotion are tracked through the minutes, so that action tracking list was identified and created to fill a gap, not just track everyone with emotion, because the motions self-identify. So it's not required from our end, because the motion tracks it.
Okay, I'm just thinking, we don't know when these issues are going to come back. And it would keep them in our minds.
And I may, at this time, administration doesn't either. Gather the information that was requested by council. We do our best to prioritize with all the others, and when the agenda is prepared, we absolutely will bring it back in as timely manner as possible. But at this time, it was just talked about again today. At this moment, the leadership team hasn't even met. I couldn't even address that, Councillor Ratcliffe, at this moment.
Yes. Okay. Just an idea.
All right, thank you. Any more other questions in regards to the CEO report? If not, looking for a motion to accept the CEO. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. Moves to accept the CEO report for June 11th. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Moving on to 7.2, Councillor Verbal reports. Moving on to Division 2, please.
All right, so I registered for the virtual EOEP Regional Partnership and Collaboration courses. They've kind of redone the course, and we're the first group to go through the refurbished course. It's been very interesting. There's a lot of group work in it, which is, I guess, good. And it's kind of funny, we had to choose from 3 examples, and they were all relevant to us. One was a rec agreement, one was an amalgamation, and the other one was something to do with roads. I don't remember what it was though, and my group chose to do the rec agreement, and you kind of go through and create like the process and how you're going to advertise and how you're going to set up your committees, if you're going to have committees, all those types of things. Yeah, so we are in the process of that. We've had two sessions, and our last one is tomorrow. It's kind of interesting in our group because we have urban and rural perspectives, so it's nice to hear those different perspectives. We had the spring staff meeting. Those are always good. It's good to hear what's going on. Well, we know what's going on with the county, but it's good to see everyone get updated on what's happening, all the staff. It made me feel a little bit old because I remember when all the 10-year staff were hired, so that made me feel a little bit old. And FCM, I don't really have a lot to report back on this. I did not get much benefit from the conference. I was trying to think of how I could say positives from it, and I have a couple, but I don't really have many. It's definitely a different environment than RMA. The different perspectives and behaviors from across the country, it's crazy how different we all are from where we live. I found the broadband session interesting because there were people from all of Canada begging for broadband for their communities. And there was a community not far from us who is an urban center who was talking about they're losing businesses to communities with broadband. So that was quite interesting and eye-opening. And all of the federal left-wing parties leaders spoke, which we're aware of. I guess I'm gonna invoke my, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all for that topic. It's always good to be able to talk to other elected officials to gain some perspective, and once again, the urban and rural perspective. I think it's really important that we understand the different problems that we all have. It was really disappointing when the hour of rural in the big group happened, that you just saw a steady line of all the city of wherever they were from leaving the room. It would have been nice if they would have stayed to learn about some things. I don't see myself going to another FCM conference. I really didn't enjoy it, honestly. It made me very grateful for RMA and the conference they put together, and I wish that our neighbor to the north, Carol Westerland, was running the resolution session, because she just does a seamless job of that. And I also, something I did enjoy about it is that I'm very thankful that we have the relationship with the Rocky councillors that we have. It's nice to be able to go to dinner with them or chat with them and just enjoy their company when you have so many things that you work together with. To have that relationship is really positive, and I enjoyed that. And that's my awesome report for this time.
Thank you very much, Councillor Graham. Any other comments, questions? No, we'll move on to Councillor Lawye, please.
Oh, thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'll be fairly brief because I'm sure everybody will want to share their impressions of the convention as well, but was certainly encouraged to hear feedback within the community about the museum in Nordegg. Lots of donations coming in that have had to, so many that we had to even pause that for a little while. So I'm appreciative that the community is seeing that benefit of that facility there coming back online. Definitely the spring staff meeting was excellent to get together and see our entire organization there. It was a great moment. Then I'll just kind of briefly touch on FCM for me. I kind of think of it a little bit as Sesame Street for municipal leaders. Brought by the letters A, C, and H, and the number 31. A for affordability, H for, C for collaboration, H for housing, and the number 31. Number 31 for the 3,100 people there, and the 31 liters of water you could use to have a shower over those 4 days.
Yep.
I'll maybe just focus, there's another 31 here, but I'll focus on that a little bit later. But the study tours I went on was one of them was quite interesting, was integration of solar energy into the city's network. So they have put solar panels on the roofs of 31 community centers in Calgary, providing much of the energy requirements for those in a partnership from the city and NMAX. I know there's a connection between them and the city, but it was a good program that was very well received by both the community and those people wanting to reduce the carbon loading in our society. And then we went to another project, a solar project at the TELUS Spark Center. They have put in 1.2 megawatts of solar panels kind of covering the parking lot there, giving shade to the cars underneath them, but also producing much of the energy requirement for that facility as well. And then finish it off with a more traditional solar panel installation at the Shepherd landfill, or actually more accurately on the old Shepherd Raceway site there in Calgary. So they have a 4.2 megawatt generating facility there, which can be considered a micro generating facility, even though it's 4.2 megawatts, because it's consumed almost all entirely by their part of the recycling operation there at, or I think it's more compost, but they didn't get too deeply into what the actual process there, but it's quite energy intensive, and so it supplies that. So it was great to see that. Also,
did a study tour with, titled What is Reconciliation? That led, I think, Councillor Cermak and myself to what was formerly considered the Fort Calgary site. It's now the Confluence Center, I believe. And it's going to be refocused into portraying a different aspect or focus of our society more towards the Indigenous history and less so on the colonial history there. And I think that's part of Truth and Reconciliation, and I know I certainly have a lot to learn on that aspect. But overall, I think it was a beneficial tour or a beneficial conference. I think we'll hear lots from the remaining councillors as well, so I won't go any deeper into that, but that's my report for this couple of weeks.
Thank you very much. I'll keep it on going. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I was trying to see if you were gonna weave another 31 in there. I was hoping that you would. I attended the Sundry Years of Service Healthcare Awards as a member of the healthcare team and as I'm a paramedic in Sundry, so I was there also as a healthcare provider. They do an amazing job of that. I hope to coordinate with them to bring something very similar to our community. And congratulations to all the people getting different Years of Service Awards at that event. I joined Councillor Ratcliffe at the Norday Community Association. I was there as a Rocky Gas representative. And just to give them an update on where we were with gas and to get a letter of support to continue to advocate to the province to help them step up to assist with gasification in Nordegg for the safety of those residents. The Search and Rescue AGM, I was there as a spouse, but still I just wanted to make sure that I noted how amazing they do in general. Like, they do some amazing stuff for our community, and I value them, and I value the contribution that we give to them every year in support, because a lot of search and rescue teams don't have the support of the local municipalities that our team does, and I thank this council for continuing to do that. We're almost coming to the end of 4-H stuff, so bear with me. There's a couple more 4-H things. 4-H did a fundraising barbecue on Fridays now. Co-op does, they used to do on Saturdays, and now they do them on Fridays, those fundraising barbecues, and 4-H was one of those. And thank you to Clearwater County for helping out so much with that one as well. And I'm sure on a lot of the Fridays they do as well. And it's great to see Clearwater County logos out and about helping the different community events. And the Equine Club, the 4-H Horse Club, had their achievement day, and they did so well with different events, pole bending and barrels, and it's so fun watching those kids right from 6 years old all the way up to 16, running around the barrels and learning and having to show off their animals and show what they've learned for the season, and it was a really good day. We had a health engagement team meeting as well, where they talked about the first day of the new OR has started at the beginning of June. Red Deer is already wanting to go to 2 days a week. We do not have the staff to go to 2 days a week. They may have a surgeon that wants to come, but you need the support staff around it. So I'm hoping that them wanting to do that will help them to allow for more privileging to happen at our hospital, because they're wanting to increase the capacity. We also don't necessarily have the acute care staff in order to have that many operating patients, but we'll see what we can do. We'll keep working through that. And we'll see what the fall brings. We were also selected to do a healthcare skills day by RPAP between April and June of 2025. So we're going to start planning that out. As I know more, I'll let you guys know, so you guys can come and hang out for a healthcare skills day. Maybe try your hand in an IV or an intubation. Give it a shot on mannequins. I'll specify that it's on mannequins. Right? The RPAP conference is in Wainwright, October 8th to 10th. So they're encouraging anybody who is able to come out and be a part of that. I'm hoping to be able to attend, and then I'll have to attend one of our council days virtually, but I am hoping to be able to attend that conference. It's always valuable. I gave blessings on behalf of council to the Visions West and West Central grads on behalf of the Reven Council, and it was amazing watching those graduates. It truly was. We have such an awesome community. A huge grad class in West Central, right full of accomplishments. It was great to see that. And Visions West, what a beautiful ceremony that they did and highlighted each grad individually. I was blessed to be able to do that on behalf of council. So I was late coming into FCM because of that, but I always actually value the networking that happens at those. I think that's the part that really connecting the entire country and learning that some issues that we have here are also issues that they have in New Brunswick or PEI or the Northwest Territories. In particular, I really liked the rural remote, pardon me? And northern, yeah, that break, that evening event that they had, that was awesome, and they did a whole cultural learning about their culture. It was I really valued that. I went to the mental health breakout. I gotta say, I was very frustrated. It was a very urban direction. In fact, the one speaker had said she was from Montreal and felt bad for places like Quebec City that are so much smaller and they just don't have the capacity to give the same amount of mental health. That's the perspective they're coming from though, right? Like, she's from Montreal and she thinks Quebec City is small. It's interesting having then conversations, because obviously I'm me, so I went and talked to her about it afterwards. It's interesting hearing that their perspective is that is small to them, and they can't even fathom like our size. We're very, very large with a very small population, so it's interesting watching those. I loved hearing about your solar outbreaks that you went to, and that they're making power where it's actually needed, which is truly what I think that renewables best benefit will be. Yeah, and I had a meeting yesterday with the Midwives of Alberta. They are going to be requesting our help to put together a resolution for RMA as well. So I will forward that information along to council so that they can have that, and we can see if we can help them. Obviously, I believe that midwives play a very crucial role in healthcare in our community and a lot of rural communities. So I will pass that stuff on to council as I get more information on that. Sorry to be so long-winded.
That's all right. That's all good. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty. I attended a Caroline Library meeting last night, and we approved the application to the Alberta government for library funding, and just some discussions on policies. That's my councillor report.
Thank you, Councillor Northcott. Moving on then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't have that much this time. Anyway, I am the Norday Community Association meeting back near the end of May that the Deputy Reeve attended with me. Just brings up the usual spring issues with dust control and potholes and those issues that I believe Public Works has already tackled. So not much else there. I also attended the county spring meeting. It's nice to see all the employees we have, what they're doing, the org charts, and get to understand that side more. With most of you, I also attended the FCM conference, and I didn't get back from that till mid-afternoon yesterday, so I haven't summarized what I want to say around that. One of the continually repeated thoughts from FCM, and I think the Honorable Elizabeth May put it fairly well, when she said that we're still wearing Queen Victoria's hand-me-downs, in that municipalities are not enshrined in the Constitution. And we've heard this from other sources as well, but that for a province in the country to be successful, all three levels of government need to be at the table to make good policy and to execute it well. And that's because as municipal governments, we are the ones providing most of the services directly to people. And that we need more input into the policy. Something I've neglected to mention from previous FCSS meetings is that the FCSS conference is in November in Edmonton, which is after our organizational meeting. But I think we should allow people to attend that, the representatives with FCSS to attend that conference. And that's all I have for the moment.
Question for you, Councillor Ratcliffe. You don't have those dates then for that conference in November? Because sometimes they conflict with our RMA. That's where I'm thinking, or they, yes, no?
Yeah, that's right.
Because if you're on a committee, if you're on that committee, FCSS committee, I think that's a given, but I mean, if we need to reserve a couple of spots for our two council, usually we appoint two councillors, correct? That would be an opportunity to do that. Do you have those dates then, Councillor Northcott? Go ahead.
It's around the 13th.
Around the 13th, okay, so that would be after RMA. All right, RMA is before Remembrance Day this coming year, if I remember right. So.
Okay. So yeah, we should just reserve some places in time to allow delegates.
Perfect. Pass that information on to Alana and she can do that for us. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. It's funny that you should bring up the Elizabeth May's Constitution comments, because I believe I've brought it up several times. And in fact, the Reeve has been with me at the different meetings happening to endure me at the different legal meetings, asking about that very thing. So then a question back to yourself and the team, what do we do about it? As an action-based person, I am like, let's move the needle, let's do something about it. But I'd love to ask the rest of the team what their thoughts are on actually trying to move that needle and actually trying to do something about it. I believe a lawyer at, I can't remember if it was Brownlee now or the Reynolds Mirth, they said it'll take a lot of money and 25 years or more to do it. And I said, well, the best time to plant a tree was either 25 years ago or today. So to my team, what would you like to do about it?
Sounds to me like a resolution would be a good way.
And an FCM resolution, perhaps?
Yes, right.
Excellent. Definitely something for us to be ready when they're asking us what resolutions we'd like to make.
And perhaps it might be an opportunity when we do have our summer visit by our RMA delegates to have that conversation with them and how they would like to proceed with something like that, or how, because going forth, it's always nice when it's a large voice versus a small municipality. So that might be a good point, or an added point for our discussion when we do see them, I believe in July. So that would be great. So good point. Okay, Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Grieve. I'm going to first go with FCM. I'm not going to make a comment on it. Okay. I'm just going to say that I went to a study tour, the BMO Center. That is one awesome building. $500 million to build it. It's over 1 million square feet. They started procuring the equipment and material to go into that building in 2019. They proposed a budget then of $500 million, which 500 million. Two ladies that done the tour were the two ladies that headed both departments to look after the build of that. Two fantastic ladies, and I can't remember either of their names. They went through COVID, built it, and on Saturday was their grand opening, and they were right on budget. After dealing with COVID and all the price increase and everything, those two ladies are both pretty remarkable to keep that building going with the increase of wages and everything else. And they kept their people all in line and kept them to the contracts that they signed in 2019. I don't know how they did it, but it was a fantastic building. It's got the world's largest fireplace in it. It is 21 meters tall. It's about 16 feet wide and about 10 feet tall, the fire area. Huge. They call it now, they don't call it the Stampede City anymore. They call it the City of Blue Sky. So they put in a skylight in the 3rd floor, which is 380 square meters of a skylight. Huge. Like this building is unbelievable. I think the one ballroom will fit more than a football field in it. That's how big it is. Like, it's just a remarkable building, and it's being used today with the energy. I think it's the energy of Canada is there today. And that's enough about the FCM, because I will get too negative on how great that was performed. But I would like to go into today at the museum. We are doing school tours for grades 4 and 5s. I think they said there is 100 students coming today and another 100 coming tomorrow. We have volunteers in each of our buildings explaining to the kids. We done it last year, and I couldn't believe the enthusiasm of those grade 4 and 5 kids, and how appreciative they were that we were there to explain it. We got letter after letter from them. It was just fantastic. I would like to also, on behalf of the board out there at the museum, thank the Raven Rec Board for giving us enough money to fix up our natural trails around the museum. We have now a sign up. It's a beautiful sign we put up, and it was in the little plaque that we get from the county saying that it was county money that give the natural trail for people in Caroline and the surrounding areas to use it. And then last night, I was at an ag meeting, and we are trying to get a grant for a new ice plant because ours is getting outdated. I think it was put in 85, and the rules have changed so much that they can't even put the ice plant back in where our ice plant is. The building doesn't meet all the requirements. They said what they do, they build the ice plant in a portable, they bring it, set it down in front of our building, and pipe it all into our piping that we have there. And we went to apply for the grants, and as soon as you say that you're not the owner of the building, that's as far as you can go. So we have went to the village. They seemed a little bit reluctant to do anything. So I'm hoping that maybe Mr. Matt Martinson or Mr. Rick Emmons could maybe push a little bit to get this grant. It's $1 million to put in a new ice plant. The people that came out and looked at it and did a survey said that if we keep going on at what we're going to, they're going to shut down our ice plant because it does not meet the criteria that is being proposed. We hope it doesn't come too soon, And we hope that we can get the grant in order to do it, because that's just a lot of money. And there's a lot of kids and a lot of adults and a lot of people that use our ice rink. They come from Calgary, Edmonton, as far away as Lethbridge to put on tournaments in our ice facility. So we really need it. And in the discussion was that we are going to start looking at redoing our southeast rec there to increase our ball diamonds and put in a big building just to, so we can have a beer garden and everything as the ball games are going on and stuff. And then we want to, next year, put in an ag safety day. And the person that's spearheading that, Jimmy Hunter, he will be, or he has already talked to Kubota, and they're really interested in bringing out equipment, balers, rakes, disc binds, a whole ball of wax, what they got, and present to it. So we're really excited about that, and that should happen next year, we're hoping. And that's kind of my report.
All right.
It was a fun 4 days in Calgary.
There you go.
I really enjoyed the camaraderie and the exchange of information with our town and other people across Canada. Boy, we have different views and we're all in the same country. Some really like some people and some really don't. And that's where I'll end it at.
All right, thank you. The minute you said Kubota and started listing all flat equipment, all I could see was kids on a monkey gym. That's like, wow. Anyways, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, then are you gonna send an email trying to coordinate the Ag Society with the village, with Director of Ag and Community, or are you making a motion to request collaboration? How are we gonna actually action item?
Our administration is going to be doing that. I'm not sure if I think their first step is send it to the village for this, and then see what response we get. And then if not, we'll maybe move it to the county or come to us.
Sounds good. I just didn't want to get it to be missed, because sometimes even in our council reports, if we say something in passing, it's not actually giving any type of direction. So I just wanted to make sure that wasn't missed.
But I think we need to take the first step first, and that is to go to the village.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you said you did go to the village. I apologize.
They talked to the administrator there. They did not talk to the new CAO. So they were going to do that.
Well,
maybe Matt has
I was just gonna say, seeing as how Director Martinson has joined the table, maybe you can offer some more information, please.
We are there, ever omnipresent in the gallery. Thank you, and it's, thank you, Councillor Cermak, for bringing the ice plant issue to Council's light. We have initially started working with the administration at the arena, and we've got our engineer working on providing some information that would help us with initial potential grant or initial design on a future ice plant. And we can certainly, I think, help with understanding the ownership issue. It isn't uncommon for facilities to be leased to ag societies, so I'm sure it happens quite frequently in other communities, so I'm sure we could sort some of this out. Amalgamation may delay, but we're working on the issue, so we're gonna definitely need some engineering to at least get into a procurement process. That's a lot of money to certainly something we wouldn't sole source. So we're starting that initial engineering. We will be discussing it at strategic plan in an overarching greater discussion about the Carolina Arena to set council up for a few future budget asks, and this is one of the major capital items that the arena deals with. They've dealt with a roof recently. The ice plant's next on that list, and certainly the council, we hope, or I would recommend that council looks very closely at a partnership, whatever that looks like, grants, our funding, whatever, because it is, you can't have an arena without an ice plant, and it is end of life. We've known that. We're also looking at an assessment on the concrete as well. That is the next important part of delivering ice is having concrete and then piping. So those are the three sort of components of that trifecta of making ice and having that. So those are things that we're kind of working on, and there'll be more information to come to this council as it comes, and absolutely we will provide assistance in having some tri-party discussions between the two municipalities and the Ag Society. So thanks for bringing that up. It's an important capital issue to note.
Thank you for that. And if I remember back about 4 or 5 years, that the arenas here in town had replaced the rice plant as well. So following that, I'm not sure if they got a municipal climate green grant along with the CFIP. It might have been a combination, so I don't know if you have any extra information on that, if you want me to offer comment.
You're very correct on your recollection, and as Councillor Cermak mentioned, that's when the town went from the outside self-contained units, which is kind of the safe, modern way of doing it, and so we'll be, we'll look closely to our partners in town to help inform our process with the Caroline Ag Society, and we'll check on. I'm not sure if that green grant was for the ice plant or if that was for the boilers in the arena, or both, but we'll definitely check on that. And yeah, we'll get our ducks in a row to be as supportive of the Ag Society as physically possible.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I don't have a question, but I just want to give a big cheer to the great people in community builders that we have in Caroline and the rest of our community who work on these things and make them happen.
Thank you. All right, I'll try and be brief with my report. Did another radio interview last week with 95 Rewind in regards to promoting our citizen satisfaction survey. Our deadline is tomorrow night. They extended it a week, and so anyways, we have some engagement. We're hoping for a bigger push, and hopefully we can get another 40, 50, 100, 2,000. That would be great. So just a reminder that to our citizenry that those surveys are important. That survey is important, and that we would sure like, if you haven't taken the time now, please take the time to fill it out, and either do it online or come get grab the paper copy. The spring staff meeting is always interesting. I appreciate the effort involved for each department to explain what they do and to showcase their full-time and seasonal employees that come on every spring, so that was great. In regards to FCM, just a few different facts. FCM is an organization made up of 2,100 member municipalities that cover 92% of the Canadian population. Calgary, we had 3,100 delegates, of which Alberta was the largest contingency for that. I 100% agree that we should have had Kara Westerland for our resolution plenary because it took 2 hours to go through 5 resolutions. So anyway, in that, the rural plenary was great. They said that they're going to try and change to a more rural lens when it comes to infrastructure program design, and that 44% of the policies across Canada had low rural content. A breakout session that I did attend was the building bridges, the Indigenous relations, and part of that was, one interesting comment was that there are grant programs and resources available to partner with our First Nations. They gave one particular example of out in Ontario, it was for Treaty 20. It was a GIS program for 3 years, and it was about joint economic development, where they've identified between all the people all the municipalities within Treaty 20 of economic development opportunities, which I thought was great. Fort Chip, by the way, has their own Indigenous Relations Department. They work with 11 nations. The ask was, where does the funding come from? And of course, up there, it is industry that funds that, so understanding that. I did also attend the rural connectivity with with the presenters there. So interesting of how Rogers is spending 2.5 billion in BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba in the next 5 years. And of course, I think we all, again, we valued that time that we spent with our town neighbors. It was great to connect with them and speak to them on the different issues, and I know they want to continue to encourage that and have us meet again, so we'll try and do that. Whether it's at Market on Main that we've been invited to at, this summer or wherever else, so it was great to do that. Other than that, that's back last night and council meeting today, so I think that's it. Other than that, I would look for a motion to accept the verbal council reports. Thank you, Councillor Lougheed. All those in favor? And that's carried. So moving on into our agenda, we have the correspondence section. As you can see, we got a letter from, 3 letters from Municipal Affairs in regards to Bill 20, in regards to our LGFF funding that we get. There's a capital allocation and an operational allocation. And then, of course, the amalgamation update, of which we will be sending another one shortly after we have our amalgamation meeting this Friday. And, of course, the invitation on item 8.4, and that was sponsorship opportunities for the Rocky Chambers hosting the executives of the Alberta Chambers of Conference on July 10th to the 12th and here in Rocky Mountain House. Is there any questions or comments in this? Not looking for a motion to accept for information. Okay, Councillor Graham. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Now moving on to section 9, which is our closed session. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. All those in favor? Okay, that's carried. and welcome back from our closed session. We have a motion coming out of closed session in regards to item 9.2, and I believe that Councillor Ratcliffe will make a motion, please. I'll get the mic on.
Thank you. I move that council approves increasing the 2024 Public Works capital budget by $75,000 and decrease contingency by the same amount to continuing with the permitting and tender development of the Range Road 15-2 project.
All right. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that motion's carried. All right, moving on to item 10 in the agenda, it is adjournment. Motion for adjournment. Thank you, Council. All right, thank you, Councillor Northcott. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in 2 weeks.